Check, check, check. Check, check.
Tell me what you want to be when you get older.
I want to be a basketball player. I want to be a model. I want to be a music producer.
Check, check, check.
I want to be a singer. I want to be a singer. I want to be a
Check, check. Check. Check, check. Check, 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 check. Check, check. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good morning. God bless you. Good morning. 1, 2,
Check.
3, 4,
Check,
5.
check. Check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Sí.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. 1.
Sí, sonido, sí. Check, check.
Check, 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 check.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hello. Good morning.
Check, check.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Sí,
5.
check, check.
1, 2, 3, 4,
1, 2,
5.
3.
Thank you.
Make sure Jasmine is like that. Pásame el controlcito. So right here, right. 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 Awesome. The older mic, because you're asking for two mic. The other mic is for Q&A. What is the other mic?
My guess is the other mic will be for, okay, so like, I'll do the welcome.
Okay.
So then the next person is Corinza. And that could be, she could keep it here, or I could hand her my mic.
It's much better you
Give her this one?
Yeah,
Okay,
because
that's fine.
sometimes when people is no, it's not turn on or it's hey, it's not working.
So let's just do that. So for all the persons who will come up and speak afterwards, Dr. Doe. Yeah, so we just keep because it'll be easy to handle. Yeah. Got it.
And trying
Okay,
the,
perfect.
trying the people speak button right here.
Okay.
Button right
I'll tell them.
because last week right here, people is here.
No,
camera-
you
the
can't see.
camera is not
So they need to stand here. They
Yeah,
need to stand
here
between here and the plant.
or in the plant. Yeah. I love it.
I know. I'll tell them.
The other mic, I wait. I say
Okay. And then I'll go over that at the very beginning, just like housekeeping things, so that they'll know. When you have the mic, I need you to stand somewhere between here and there. Yeah. Yeah.
thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
check, check, check.
What I think about is like all our journeys we've come so far to get.
With the Amex Gold Card, every
Good morning, good morning, good morning. We're not getting started yet. That's just me saying good morning. I'm sorry.
Can you please just
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, great morning, all of that good stuff. How are you all? Awesome. Really? Because I can't tell. Good. I mean, really? You got up this morning and you are here. And you look like you have the activity of your limbs. You look like, I think you're breathing because you're still straight up or something. So now let me ask that question again. How are you? Ah, much better, much better. I'm Dr. Karen Stewart. I am I don't know what I am today. But I am here partnering with all of my other people, including my boss when she gets here, Dr. Olele, for this wonderful, wonderful event that we have to celebrate our students that are doing undergraduate research on campus, as well as we have a group of high school students that are going to blow your mind with the research that they've had the opportunity to do today. So I know I'm supposed to be doing a welcome and all of that stuff, so I'm going to do that quickly so that you can grab breakfast, and then we can continue with our program as it is printed, or I'll deviate from it as I may have to. When you, because those persons who are speaking, I'm going to get some logistics and housekeeping out of the way. When I give you this mic, because we're going to use this mic, Dr. Poon, hey, you're listening, great. When I give you this mic, Dr. Dobu, I need you to stand between this Williams and between the tree. It's because we're recording and we want to get your beautiful face. All of you. Suck it in. I'm not sucking it in. They're just going to get everything today. Okay? So why don't we go ahead. I'm going to bless the food. I hope no one is opposed to that. But I am a woman of prayer. I'm a woman of faith. And so I believe in blessing that which we are blessed to have. Amen? Okay. Father, we thank you, we bless you, we honor you, we praise you. We thank you for the food, for the hands that have prepared it. We thank you for those who have gathered for this auspicious occasion. Through you, Father, may all things be glorified. Amen. Help yourself to breakfast. Someone is there to assist you. I have no idea what we have, but I know we ordered. Huh?
powering almost 13% of all websites. 9 years. Over 18 million web.
All right, I'm back again. So as you continue to eat and enjoy, we're going to move on with our program. We're going to have Miss Corinza Johnson, who's going to come up and tell you about her LEAP experience. And I have restricted her to 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5.
Good morning, everyone. I hope breakfast is great, and I hope your morning's starting off pretty well. My name is Corinza Johnson. I am a third-year pharmaceutical science PhD candidate. And when I started with LEAP, I was in undergrad. So I started out, and before I started LEAP, I was just a regular student, just going to class, going to work, going home, right? I knew that I wanted to be in the lab somehow. I was a pharmacy technician, a licensed pharmacy technician. I was a manager of a pharmacy. I did know that although I'm in pharmacy, it wasn't what I wanted to do. I've always had a dream of making and creating new drugs. So when the LEAP experience came up, I applied, and I used to go to Dr. Stewart's office before she moved to the first floor. And I used to just knock on the window. I'm like, I need to get into LEAP. What do I do to get into LEAP? So I know I needed some lab experience, right? So what I did was I wanted to find a track that was pretty much suitable for what I wanted to do in life. So with me wanting to create new drugs, and that being a goal of mine and ultimately one of my dreams, I thought that what other track to join other than AIM. So my mentor during that track was Dr. Adowu, who is amazing, by the way. I actually learned how to dock different drugs, and what that means is we took drugs that were already FDA approved. During the time, it was like the break of COVID, so everybody's rushing trying to get some type of treatment for COVID. So what did we want to do when COVID was like at the break of COVID? We wanted to either stop it or prevent it from spreading, right? So that's what we kind of focused on. So what we did, we took different drugs and we docked them. Well, first, he had us actually look at the life cycle. And I thought this was so interesting because I'm like, why are we looking at a life cycle? But then at the time, it didn't make sense until we actually started diving into it. So in order for you to understand how COVID worked, you need to know the exact cycle. And then from there, he asked us, where can we step in to try to either prevent it or stop it, right? And so with that, I learned different things when it comes to the biology aspect of science. And it just really made me more interested. And I knew from then on, it's like, okay, I'm in the right track, I'm on the right road, but how can I dive deeper, right? So after my LEAP experience, I was actually able to present. So just like you all are here at the summit, I actually presented for my group. And it was a learning experience. It was my actual first presentation in front of a group. So it actually prepared me to present for science conferences and things of that nature that I have to do as part of my graduate program. Not only that, I was actually interviewed for the PhD program, and a lot of my questions came from my project, right? So with that being said, like, I learned so much here, and it has allowed me to grow in my field. And what is so interesting is at the time, AI was kind of something that was kind of new, but as I get further in my studies, I've realized that it is such a novel tool that we can use. So one thing that I'm really interested in is single cell analysis and single cell sequencing. So with that is the same way we learn to code and do different things like docking with Dr. Adowu and AIM, that's something that I'm learning to do more of in my experience. Okay, so to wrap things up, I would say whatever you're learning here today, it may not be something that you're quite aware of how it may help you, but later on down the road, just think back and make sure you're taking notes because it's something that could really be really beneficial for you.
All right, all right. And so now we're going to just go through the program as you see it printed. I will change the slides if I remember to do that, like I just did. Dr. Adowu? Stand right here. This is the sweet spot.
Okay. Thank you. The best time to present is during lunch or breakfast, right? Yeah, I'm Dr. Adowu. I'm a research assistant professor here in TSU. I think going to 4 years now, we've been working on iArts, LEAP, and different programs we have on campus for TSU students, undergrad, and also for high schoolers. So please, next slide. So I will just give an overview of just two of the programs we're currently working on, the iArt program and the BRAVE program. Next slide, please. The BRAVE program is, please, is that? Oh, okay. All right, thank you. So the BRAVE program is Biopreparedness Research Virtual Environment. That's BRAVE, and Institute for Health Empowerment, Advancement, Research and Training. That's the IHEART. Right, so let me start with the Biopreparedness Research Virtual Environments. This is a program that is sponsored by the Department of Energy in collaboration with Pacific Northwest National Lab in Seattle, Washington. And what we're trying to do here is we are trying to prepare for, God forbid nobody is expecting that, another outbreak of pandemic, right? And what we are trying to do there is we are trying to mimic the collaboration between the cyanobacteria and the cyanophage. So when there is a virus, there must be a host. No virus can exist on its own. So we are trying to do that, mimicking what happens in a virtual experiment is both experimentation and computational studies, right? So under this program, we have the opportunity to enroll TSU students, undergrad students, train them in computational proteomics and bioinformatics, right? So every year, at least for the past 2 years now, we've been doing that, enrolling at least 5 students. And they've had the opportunity to go to National Lab in Seattle to see how things is being done. And you know, it's quite nice to see that what you are doing, what you think you're doing locally is highly recognized internationally, right? So that's what we try to do. Because of time, I know Dr. Stewart is going to reduce my time, so I decided not to go to. I will have put, the students came, we went to Seattle, I think February, right? So they presented their work, and it was really great and very nice. So under this course, we try to teach computational interactions between hosts and pathogens, right? Okay, so it's a sequential training pathway for computational biology beginners. So if you are new, don't worry, you're welcome. We are going to hold your hands until you understand, right? So we introduce you to computational biology, Linux, some computational programming languages, Python for bioinformatics, AI, BASIC for biological data. Even though you start as BASIC, by the time you finish the program, you will, if not at the advanced, you will at least go beyond average. Molecular dynamics simulation using GROMACS and AMBER, and evaluation of interactions between viral proteins and host mechanism. Like Carissa mentioned, before you can think of any virus, you must understand the replication process, right? So it is from there you can know, where can I stop this organism? All right. So the second program is the IART, that's Institute for Health Empowerment, Advancement, Research and Training. For the past 3 years, we've been doing this basically for high schoolers, right? And the idea is to introduce them to biomedical research. Yes, they're just coming, and many of them are still thinking, what should I do? So we introduce them to that. We teach them how AI computational mechanism is used in drug discovery. Yeah. So the focus is computational drug design, molecular docking, and virtual screening. And the activity involves visualization, docking experiment. And one important thing I don't want to miss every year is to bring them on campus and visit at least 4 different labs. So what we are showing you is not just magic, right? Like I used to tell them, when you take Tylenol, for instance, and you have pain, headache, and you take it, it's not performing magic, it's science. So what is the target? So we show them those things to let them know that every medication that you are taking is not just going there doing nothing. It's looking for something. And the moment it finds that something, interact with it, then whatever symptoms that you are experiencing will definitely vanish. Yeah. So the goal is to equip high schoolers, undergrad. So now this year, Dr. O really said, Dr. O, let's involve some undergrad. So we didn't stop at high schoolers, we extend to undergrad students, and we try to put them through all these. Dr. O, can you please put your hands together for Dr. O, please? She's really amazing. Initially, we're like, we are doing just 5. But Dr. will come to me, let's increase it, Dr. Edowu. Let's add this, let's add this. At the point, it's like, I hope you're not angry with me. Let's add more. I said, no problem. We can add as much as possible. Yeah, so Dr. Scott and I coordinate this program this year, and it's been fantastic. Yeah, so some of the learning outcome for all this program is understand drug discovery pipeline. So we try to take them from, you can't just come up with a drug. You have to, it requires processes. We must understand the risk-benefit ratio, right? And you can't just put it on the shelf, Walmart or anywhere. It has to undergo regulatory approval, right? So we let them understand that. We show them visualization and analyze protein structures. So I know they are listening, they are smiling. I put them through understanding protein structures, how those quaternary structures, secondary and primary structure works together. And I made them to understand that everything in your body can't work if there is no protein. nothing can work if there is no protein. So if you are consuming less of protein, please do more right now. So and we analyze results, we communicate findings. So I give them projects, but because of time, they will have presented their work this time, but hopefully next year they will do that. So we look at protein structures, molecular biology, docking tools, visualization, virtual screening, and we teach them basic command line language, computational language under that, and they have a research they're working on. So that's my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Oh, I thought. Dr. Adobu knows that I will shut him down because he can talk like we all can. So Dr. Poon, you're next. Stand in this spot, sweet spot up between here. Dr. Adobu almost lost it.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Stewart. Press this way. This one. Oh, good, good. Thank you, thank you. My name is Ivy Poon, and I am in the clinical side. I'm a clinical pharmacist by training, and I have been at TSU as a faculty for more than 20 years. And currently, I am full professor in pharmacy practice. My practice site is at the Houston Methodist Hospital, and my special interest is in pain and palliative care. And I step into this role as the core director for training, and what was that? I thought my slide, let me see. Oh, goodness. Okay, so I step into this role as the investigator development and training core director. I have different roles for the MH-Rich program about 2 years ago. And the reason is led by our visionary leader, Dr. Omaniki Olayeye. She is in red dress. Please give her a big hand for applause. So you all, if you're a high school student, you went through the course, you probably have already know that maternal mortality and morbidity is a huge problem in Texas. Particularly, Texas is one of the states that has the highest mortality. Mortality means death rate. And so due to that, we want to do something about it. And so we applied for the HRSA grant, and we got it. And when I look at these high schoolers, I'm thinking about we're actually planting seeds for the future. So we thank you. Thank you for your interest in this program. We hope that, if you become either an epidemiologist, work on public health, be a pharmacist, doctors, nurses, anywhere you go, we want you to keep in mind, hey, this is a huge public health problem in our community, and have empathy in our hearts as we take care of the public. And so this is not a self-individual efforts, and this is a group team effort. So I'm going to call out some names, and then with our MH-Rich mentors, when I call on your name, stand up and then give them a hand of applause. So Dr. Jasmine Jones over there is one of our mentor postdoc. We have Grace Olu. Grace? Dr. Grace is also our postdoc and environmental toxicologist. We have Kennedy Norwood. Thank you, Kennedy. Kennedy is our community health worker. So, and also one who is not here, who actually behind the scene running the whole program, is Cecilia Torres. Thank you, Cecilia. I don't know if she's got to be online. But this is a team effort. And then Dr. Idu will help with our Neopod lessons. Thank you, Dr. Idu. So we have a big team, and we work hard to create this curriculum. So as you move on with our program, you probably have seen that we do a lot of evaluation. Ask you about how do you think about the program. We want to capture all that, so every year we improve upon it. So I'm still on my first slide, so I need to move on a little bit quickly. So we started out last year, and it was a learning curve and experience because I have taught in higher ed for 20-something years. I have not taught high school student ever. I had 2 high schoolers at that time in my house, so they going to college or gone to college now. And so we were trying to develop this high school curriculum that provide a very broad area of interest from public health, clinical, and then we want to make sure that you're exposed to it so you're aware of the problem and also maybe some of the strategies to overcome it, but not in great depth. So of course, you might have, be aware that we are not teaching you like full pharmacist therapeutics or really complicated stuff, but just for you to expose and stimulate your interest. So I hope that we did what we want to achieve. So last year we had 10 high school students. We want them to do some individual learning modules, and then we want them to do some hands-on learning experience in research. And one of our high school student group, it was another P4 pharmacy student carry on during the fall semester and submit what they analyzed and the results, and then present that at a national pharmacy meeting. We call it ASHP, American Society of Health System Pharmacists. It's like one of the biggest meetings for pharmacy profession last year in New Orleans. So this was the poster presentation. And we also got the program itself write up and published recently. So we are very excited about that. Thank you. And so this is the cohort for this year. We have 19 high school students, and in a few minutes, after some sharing, some additional sharing, they will present their work at the poster. So I just want to say, like, when I was a student, I used to be very shy, and I would get very nervous when I stand in front of people. So one time I shared with my professor, and my professor say, "Hey, Ivy, why you so frightened and worried about it?" And he said, "Just think of it as showtime. Showtime. The hard work has already been done, right? Right? You have been doing your analysis. You work so hard on your poster. You try to make it perfect. Now it is showtime." And it is the time that you share what you have found. And actually, you think of it that way, no one else in the audience probably know more than you do. Okay? So just tell them what you found and tell them what you learned, and just be honest to your learning experience. So be honest to yourself too. So take a deep breath. You all will do okay in your presentation. All right? Now, some updates about our curriculum. I am big in the curriculum and assessment because I'm a faculty by nature. So every year we modify and we make it better. So this year we added several new neopod lessons. We include some more disease state-specific lessons like cardiovascular disease, mental health, environmental factors. We include Dr. Idu's AI lecture. We also include a modules produced by our community health worker to show some hands-on, down on the field kind of sharing and experience to y'all. So we hope that this is a good exposure for you. And then we hope that through these modules, you will be able to discover some career maybe that you have not think about. When my high schooler were in high school, I always thought that, the high school actually need to do a little bit more to expose them to potential well-known career and hidden career. You know, sometimes you just be, you know, if you're not being exposed, you don't even know that is there. You know, now you meet Cecilia, you know what epidemiologists do, right? Now you met Kennedy, you know what the CHW do, right? So, and then there are several pharmacists and environmental talks people. So yeah, so that exposes you to different ideas and career. That's what we hope. We have 3 returning mentors, high schoolers from last year. They came back. So thank you. Thank you so much for your support. All right, so these are all the projects, and they will be presenting after some additional sharing. I hope I am good in time. I usually talk too much.
Okay, we all do.
Thank you.
Thank you,
for
Dr.
not stopping
Kuhn.
me.
So for this next segment, we're going to have some of those students who participated in that program, or who are participating now, or who participated in the past, to come up and share briefly their experiences. So as you see your name on the screen, come on, Hannah. Hey, Hannah.
Hello, my name is Hannah, and I was a former fellow of the iHeart program last summer. There, I worked with Professor Idowu to investigate computational drug discovery and model viral protease enzymes to determine the targets for drug receptors. I was introduced to online databases with many compounds, and also gained exposure to introductory Python programming and machine learning fundamentals, which was really cool. This research experiments gave me the skills to participate in biophysics research at my home institution in Philadelphia. And just like the iHeart program, I use computational tools to model biological systems and solve problems within the biological sphere. So a little bit about the project that I worked on this summer. Our project in the lab involves the use of freshwater planarians, which are flatworms, as a model system for developmental neurotoxicity studies. Similar to rats and mice in human testing, these planarians process toxins from the environment just like humans do. And therefore, they are a low-cost, easily maintainable substitute for animal testing, as they're invertebrates and do not process pain as rats or humans do. We specifically use these planarians to study the impacts of organophosphorus pesticides in the developing human brain. These pesticides, also known as OPs, are one of the most commonly used insecticides worldwide, and they can also cause lifelong neurological damage and also behavioral disorders in humans, which is why we are interested in looking at them. Therefore, it is important to determine how these OPs impact the developing prenatal brain to prevent lifelong damage in humans. I was surprised to find the same machine learning techniques that were introduced in the iHeart Fellowship for my current project. Like my fellowship project, I started with data that would have taken a very long time to analyze and process, and I used a developed machine learning algorithm in order to identify the information that I needed the most, which was a planarian brain image with abnormal neurological damage. Though the applications were different, I am grateful to Professor Idowu for giving me the background knowledge and training required for taking on such a project, and also for developing my skills as a researcher as I continue my journey into a scientific career.
Awesome. Thank you, Hannah. Next, Davy. Going once, twice. I don't even want to. How do you say your name?
I go by Yuna.
Yuna.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Okay. Hi, guys. My name's Yuna G, and I'm going to be a junior from Bel Air High School. And this summer, I worked with the MH Reach program, specifically in the community health aspect with Miss Norwood and my teammates Naomi and Dee. And so I learned a lot originally just from doing the modules, getting a little glimpse of like each part of maternal health that I didn't know before, because I came into this not really knowing much about maternal health or research in general. And so this is my first time doing a research project like this. And so those modules just helped me introduce like different things like environmental, all the different sectors that everyone decided to work in after. So that was the first part of it, and I think that was just a good way for me to see what I really wanted to focus on. And so after that, there were the different options of which project I wanted to specifically focus on, and I was really interested in doing things for the community, as that's something I've always like loved doing, like community service and stuff like that. So I just wanted to be more hands-on with the people that I was doing the research for. So our project this year was about teen pregnancy, and we specifically focused on the A-leaf area, which is known to be less fortunate as others with education and healthcare and different factors like that. So we focused a lot on the social determinants of health through what resources we could provide to give them. And we did this through just basic research in general, and then we also were able to interview a lot of different health specialists that are part of TSU, and I got a lot of perspectives of like not only prevention methods, but like mental health and everything behind like what we're doing. So not only just the numbers behind it or just like statistics, I think it was more like hands-on and how we can tailor our project to the people that actually need it, the audience. So not only just giving like basic things, but also like specific in the general A-leaf area about what resources are near them, like there are different shelters that provide food for them that are nearby, and also even things you wouldn't even think of, like transportation. How do you get to these places? How do you do these things? So I learned a lot through this experience, through all the research that we've done, and yeah, I had a great time. Like to thank all the people that helped along the way again, Miss Norwood, Miss Torres, everyone, Miss Pounds. And so, yeah, I had a great experience, and it's definitely something that I'm interested in the future. So thank you.
Awesome. So now this is the time that I like, because the high schoolers, they did such an amazing job on their poster presentations. So I would like them to go to their respective posters, and we get a chance to go around and speak with them and listen to what they did. We want to do that. This is our time to experience and engage. They worked very, very hard with the research that they've done. So as they go to their posters, please make sure that you make your way around. We're going to take about 25 minutes to give them time to do that, because it's worth it. It's worth more than 25 minutes, but we definitely want to give them that time so that you get to get up and stretch out and go and look at the poster presentations that are in the back.
With the Amex Gold Card, every meal is a reward. Whether you decide to stay in or go all out, earn rewards on everyday meals with the Amex Gold Card.
Can you please just hear me out? No, all work management platforms are the same. Monday.com is the one you'll actually love to use. Did you see the dashboards? They update in real time from your team's day to day, so you're always in control.
No freaking way. I don't have to put the data in myself?
Are you for real? Monday.com handles all the boring stuff, so you can focus on what really matters.
You know what? I'm ready to fall in love again. Thanks, Talking Llama.
Monday.com, the first work platform you'll love to use.
content taking too long? Use SEMrush's Content Toolkit to get AI inspiration and
All right, all right. I see that you all have. Thank you all so much for respecting this time for them, because I think it's so worth it. We have 5 minutes, and we're going to start with our disc presentation. I'm going to allow Miss Williams to introduce herself, since I don't have anything to personally. But 5 minutes. 5 minutes. All right, if you would go ahead, we have 1 minute, and make your way back to your seats so we can continue the program as printed. We appreciate you making your way back to your... Hey, Esther. Okay, so for the next part of our program, hello, hello. I have one of those voices that demand order. We're going to give every speaker and every one who has something to present their due respect. Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to go into our next phase of program. This assessment is amazing. See, I can't tell my boss to sit down, Dr. O. But I will. Thank you, Dr. O, for sitting down. Okay. So I want you to really, really pay attention to this. This may be something that you've done, the DISC personality analysis, but I promise you, you're going to love what you learn about yourself. And you're going to like, how did that happen? How do they, wait a minute. So without further ado.
Good morning, everyone. I am so delighted to be here with you guys because this is one of my favorite presentations because it is so eye-opening. Let me ask you guys a question. How many people in here want to be successful? Should be every hand that goes up, right? Who does not want to be successful, right? And so if you want to be successful, there are some keys that you need to know that will set you above and beyond everyone else. Okay. Now, this is really good because you can use this throughout your career, your life, at home, other relationships, but you want to set yourself above others, okay? And the way that you do that is through relationships with people. How many people know that? Relationships matter. And if you can gain favor with people where other people don't have it, how many people know that you're already above the curve? You are above the curve, okay? And so we are going to get into all of that today because we are going to talk about personalities. How many people have met people who maybe their personalities were not what they liked? Everybody in here has met people where maybe others, they're rubbing you the wrong way, okay? Their personality is not all that pleasant. Well, this presentation is going to give you insight on how to position yourself to gain favor with those people and leverage those relationships. Isn't that going to be interesting? Okay, you guys, we are going to get right in it. We are going to talk about successful people. I already started in. They know how to connect with people. They know how to get along with all types of people. They know how to lead others and see the gold in other people, right? They know how to engage and navigate personalities that are not like their own. All right? So, we are going to talk about DISC. DISC was something that this guy, William Moulton Marston, identified as far as helping us understand the 4 main personality types that we're going to get into. You're going to do an assessment, okay? It's very quick, very easy or whatnot, but it helps us better understand your personality and the personality of those people around you. Okay, you'll be able to communicate more effectively with all types of personalities, reduce misunderstandings, leverage your ability to improve rapport, create more collaborative environments wherever you are, and ultimately provide a better experience to whoever your clients are in the future, your constituents, your family members, whoever is in your circle. So, what I want to talk about before we get into it is there are 4 different dynamics of every personality that we're going to get into. Some people are going to be more outgoing. Some people are going to be more reserved. Some people are going to be project-oriented, and some people are going to be people-oriented. Your personality is going to fit in one of these 4 squares. So we are going to go ahead and take a quick assessment. Now, what I want you to do is pick the word that most fits you. There's no good, there's no bad, there's no nothing, okay? So don't feel like, oh, I want to be like this. Don't pick the word that you want to be like. because we want an accurate test on your personality. Nobody's going to see it except for you. So it's not going anywhere. This is for you, just so you know, okay? And so as they are passing them out, you want to make sure that you have something to write with, because you're just going to circle. It's just 24 questions. And then, yeah, we will go through some of the answers or whatnot. But this is going to be fun. I'm going to give you guys about 7 to 10 minutes to do it. So don't think too hard about it, okay? Don't think too hard about it. Just circle the word that matches your personality the most. All right? The most. The most, okay? Everybody understand? Awesome. Thank you.
Oh, that's my king. Look in the other compartments. They need one here.
Does anybody have extra pens? Anyone? Okay.
So how will we know? You don't have it on the fly anywhere. Oh, that's right.
I don't know.
I'm getting ready to rate about it.
Okay, you do. You know it. You let me know.
Okay, let's go back to what I need. So now so I can check what I want. Yes. Because if you check your mark, tell us how many. So you might check. Yes.
You did.
Yeah.
Because I'm doing it right now.
Masterminded person. So basically, I'm checking what I want, but I still have so I have.
Yeah, I think it's
See what I did?
yeah, but I think it's not.
So this sheet is not right.
Well, it's not in that one. Right.
So the word
But I'm
is right,
okay.
but it just needs to be shifted.
Yes.
Make your magic, girl. Make it perfect. Make it do what you do.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Yes, yes.
Redirect it. That's what I mean. Yeah, that.
Okay, I know that the scoring system is like, it's a little mix up. Okay, so I'm gonna go through it with you, okay? So your first question, if you are the first, restrained, you're S. If you are forceful, you're a D, okay? Go through it with me, all right? Don't just look at me, go through it with me. If you're, again, the first answer, restrained is S. The second, forceful, is D. The third, careful, is C. And the D is expressive, okay? And that's I. The second question, pioneering, is D. Correct is C. I is exciting. And satisfied is S. Okay, so I need you to put the letter that I'm saying next to the word as I'm going through it. Does that make sense? Okay. Does that make sense? Okay. Number 3. If you circled willing, you're an S. If you circled animated, you are an I. If you circled bold, you are a D. If you circled precise, you are an I. Okay? On number 4, the first one's a wild card, okay? Argumentative. Okay. If you circled, doubting on number 4, you are going to be a C. If you circled indecisive on number 4, you are going to be an I. I'm sorry, you're going to be an S. If you circled unpredictable on number 4, you are going to be an I. Number 5, if you circled respectful, you are going to be an S. If you circled outgoing, you are going to be an I. If you circled patient, you are going to be a C. If you circled daring, you are going to be a D. Number 6, persuasive, put an I. If you circled self-reliant, put a D. Logical, C. Gentle, S. 7, cautious, C. Even-tempered, S. Decisive, D. Life of the party, I. Number 8, popular, I. Assertive, D. Perfectionist, C. Generous, S. Number 9, colorful, I. Modest, are you doing it? Oh, you did it. So you know which ones you are? Okay. What number was I on, y'all? 9, okay. Easygoing, S. Unyielding, D. Number 10, systematic, C. Optimistic, I. Persistent, D. Accommodating, S. 11, relentless, D. Humble, C. Neighborly, S. I is talkative. 12, friendly is S. Observant is C. Playful is I. Strong-willed is D. 13, charming is I. Adventurous is D. Disciplined is S. Deliberate is C. Number 14, restrained is C. S is steady. Aggressive is D. And attractive is I. Number 15, enthusiastic is I. Analytical is C. Sympathetic is S. Determined is D. Commanding on number 16 is D. Impulsive is I. Slow-paced is S. Critical is C. Number 17, consistent is C. Force of character is D. Lively is I. And laid back is S. 18, I. Influential is I. Kind is S. Independent is D. Orderly is C. 19, idealistic is I. Popular is, idealistic is C. Popular is I. Pleasant is S. And D is outspoken. Impatient, D. Serious is a C. Procrastinator is a S. Emotional is an I. Competitive, 21, D. Spontaneous is I. Loyal is S. And thoughtful is C. Number 22, self-sacrificing is S. Considerate is self-sacrificing is S. Considerate is C. Convincing is I. Courageous is D. 23, dependent is S. Flighty is I. Stoic is C. Pushy is D. Tolerant on 24 is S. Conventional is C. Stimulating is I. Directing is D. Okay, so everybody count up their D's, their I's, their S's, and their C's, and whichever one you have the most of is what you would be on the DISC assessment, okay? Does that make sense? Okay, I got one head shake. Does that make sense? Okay, awesome. Awesome, awesome. Uh-huh. For which one? Oh, okay, let me go back. Here you go. Whoever didn't hear 1 and 2, restrained is S, forceful is D, careful is C, expressive is I, pioneering is D, correct is C, exciting is I, and satisfied is S. Okay? All right. Mm-hmm. Okay. I gotta go. I have most of them on there. Okay. I put the letter by the one. Okay. All right. So, moving forward, if you are someone who is outgoing, but also project-oriented, you are going to fit in this space, which is a D. Okay? And a little bit about Ds. Ds are decisive, dominant, drivers. Ds are very much clear on what they're trying to do. Okay? You're not going to push a D around. Okay? If you're a D, nobody's pushing you around. All right? Is, if you are an I, you are influential. Okay? You are someone who is interactive. You are very, very interested in people. Okay? If you're an S, you are people-oriented, but you're reserved. You're on the reserved side. You still like people, but you're reserved, okay? You are stable, steady, and secure, okay? And then finally, C, you are very project-oriented, and you are very reserved. You're the type, you don't mind if you stay in your office or your cube all day and nobody bothers you, okay? That's you. You are calculating. You are correct. You are controlled. You are compliant. Okay, so these are the 4 personalities right there. But just for, a little bit of fun, I wanted to let you know how the American population kind of sizes up. Only 3% of our population is a D. 11% I. C is 17%, with the overwhelming amount in S. So in this room, most of you are probably S's. Okay? So, now, there's something that you need to know. If you identified in a certain personality, those things can change based on your environment, okay? So let's say, for instance, you're a very outgoing person with your friends and your family and in the community, but your job is as an accountant. So you gotta zero it in as an accountant. You might be a little bit more on the C side for the accounting job because you're calculating, you're controlled, you're compliant, and you're concise. Does that make sense? So just because you would be in a certain category in one area of your life, it doesn't mean that that is across the board, okay? So keep that in mind as we're going through all of this stuff. Now, also, I think I want you to keep in mind is that as I go through all of the descriptors for each one of the personalities, you're not necessarily going to meet all of them. I mean, these are like high Ds, high I's, high S's, and high C's. I am a D, but I'm very friendly, okay, which you'll notice is not a typical D, okay? But although I'm a D, I'm not a high D. I'm a low D. And then I got a little bit of an I in me, okay? So you can be multiple personalities. Everybody has a mix, all right? So when I go over the descriptors, you want to make sure that you are just aware that, hey, I don't meet that one, but I'm all the other ones. Or I don't meet 30%, but I meet 70%. So we're going to talk about the D's first. Again, D's are dominant, they're decisive, and they're doers. Think of our society. Who would you say in our society would be a D? Come on, y'all know. Y'all know. Come on. Come on. Listen, your president, he's not just a D, he's a double, triple D, okay? He is, like, he's going to run you over. Y'all already know. He's going to have his way. He's going to dominate. He's going to be decisive, and he's a doer. Does this make sense as we talk about D's? Okay, so I am not like Donald Trump, okay? I'm a D, but I'm not like him. I'm a low D. He's a high D, okay? So this helps put some structure around personality types. He's super high D. Almost everything in the D category, he will be. He's very strong-willed. He has an authority mindset, as you guys already know. He's about action and accomplishment. He's impatient. The greatest fear of a D personality is being taken advantage of. Okay? He does many, or D's, do many things at once, right? They got to have their hands in everything. They're not just focused on one project, which you'll see is definitely a C personality, but they're going to be all over the place. D's are not afraid to respond to direct confrontation. Now, that is one thing that I do have in common with him, okay? He ain't afraid. I'm not afraid. If you're a D, you're probably not afraid. Strengths of these, though, very goal-oriented, very results-focused. They're decisive. They're strong direction and initiative in them. Natural leaders, confident, assertive, effective problem solvers, strategic, visionary. They can make tough decisions. They're not afraid. If you're a D, you'll make that decision. Somebody else might be like, I don't know. A D is going to be like, nope, we're doing this. Excels in emergencies and independent. Okay? But D's also have some limitations, as y'all know. Forceful and aggressive. I'm not like that, though. I'm not. I'm a nice D. They can be unsympathetic, too independent, and too self-sufficient at times. They can overlook major details. Now, how many people know? Let's just go back to the president. He overlooks details sometimes when he's making decisions. Does he not? I mean, I'm not trying to... But we know. Okay. Y'all see the news. Come on. Y'all know. They are bored by trivia. They need activity to stimulate them. D's will overwork you and themselves. Okay? D's resist change. They can at times be short-tempered. They struggle in work collaboration because remember, D's are dominant. It's my way or the highway. Okay? I'm not like that, but Donald is like that. Okay? Hard time saying, I'm sorry. That's a D. That is a D. Some blind spots, though, if you're a D, is that you may fail to listen to consider others' viewpoints. Be unaware of how your behaviors, your dominant behaviors affect other people, right? These can roll over other people and not even be thinking about it at times. Be too focus on short-term goals, missing the larger picture, okay? And may overlook important details. And we're going to get into this a little bit more, but if you are a D personality, your best bet on hiring someone is a C. Because all those details that you don't like to deal with, oh, C's love them. They love them. They're like, give me all the details. Give me all the I's to dot, the T's to cross. The C's are about all the details. So I'm giving you some help for your future if you're a D, okay? So hire a C. You can have the big picture stuff, and the C's can dig deep in all the nitty gritty. Okay? At times, D's can even fail to appreciate the skills that others bring to the table. Other D's. Now, I don't think anybody's surprised about this, right? He is a strong D too. But then he's a D. Kanye is a D. We got some D's going on, right? We got some D's. Okay. Next personality type, I. If you're I, you are influencer. You're inspirational. People love being around I's. You're interactive. You're interesting. Okay. You bring the energy to the party. I. Thank you. Let's have some fun, y'all. Okay. Let's have some fun. Okay, so who would be an I, do you think, in our society? Any guesses? Any guesses? Beyonce. Okay. Anybody else? Any other guesses? Oh, okay. I love it. Well, a strong I is Will Smith. Okay? And listen, when I was putting everything together for this, I thought back to all the interviews that I've seen Will Smith do. He is always looking at the person. He always has a pleasant look on his face. He's very engaging. He wants to have that interaction, that contact or whatever. Where you see other people interviewed, sometimes they're like that, sometimes they're not. But Will Smith is a very strong I. So, some things about eyes. They wear their emotions, but they're very people-oriented. Their greatest fear, they do not want you to reject them. Do not reject an eye. You're going to hurt them. They can be very disorganized at times, even though they're extremely optimistic. And they're very encouraging as well. It's good to know an eye. Have an eye in your court at all times, okay? The strengths of an I, they're very outgoing, very energetic. Again, they like people, so they are going to be very warm and very friendly. They have a positive disposition, extremely sociable. Oftentimes, they're very good on stage as well. They are creative, colorful. They always inspire others to join. I have a friend, she's a super strong I. And our group keeps getting bigger and bigger because, every time I turn around, she inviting more people. I'm like, we can't keep up with these people, though. But these eyes, they love others to join in. They are going to want to grow all of their social groups at any cost, okay? They live in the present, though. So they're not really thinking about the future that much. They are like, let's have a party today. Today. Extremely generous, extremely sincere. Okay, but of course, eyes are going to have some limitation. How many people remember when Will Smith was on that stage and he popped what's-his-face in the face? Y'all know what I'm talking about. Everybody's like, y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. Remember when he popped him in the face? First thing he did when he won his award, he was up there. He was crying. He was so emotional. He knew what he did was wrong, and he got up on that platform, received his award, and was crying the whole time. Eyes are just emotional. That's just part of being an eye. They are disorganized and undisciplined, okay? They're egocentric at times. That's one thing. If you remember the chart, all four of the personalities shared a line with another personality, right? So these are the things. This would be something that the I has in common with the D. They're egocentric because, listen, I's know they are the life of the party. They know they bring it, okay? They know the party doesn't start without them, all right? So that is an I. Egocentric, okay? They would rather talk than work because, again, they are so people-focused, people-oriented. Right? They get easily distracted. They can forget obligations. They can just get caught up in just being in the moment. They will dominate conversations at times because they're just unaware that maybe you want to speak to. Okay. They can be fickle, though, and sometimes they have a weak will. They're fearful sometimes, they're insecure, and at times they can even anger easily. So some blind spots that eyes have is that they can miss the big picture or important details in pursuit of relationships. They're all about people. They can rely too heavily on their charm or charisma and not on their goals. They can be unaware of the negative impact of their actions or words on others. Again, this is something that the I's have in common with the D's. And they may fail to consider all of the facts before making the decision. They're just like, let's just throw it on the board and see where it lands. That's an I. They're like, it'll all work out. It'll all work out. That's the I, okay? I all the way. Oprah is an I, okay? Kevin, I, okay? So does this give you some type of structure, framework, or whatever for the I personality? All right, we working with the I's. S's. Now these types, they're you're steady, you're stable, you're secure. Steady, stable, secure. The S's, all right? They're not the life of the party, okay? All right? Any ideas on who might be an S in our society? Okay. All right, any other guesses? Okay. Well, I don't know this guy that well as far as, he's in the UK, so we don't hear a lot about him. But I do know that he's been married to a Spice Girl for like decades at a time, right? He plays soccer. You guys know who this is, David Beckham? Okay. All right. So he plays soccer. He has, 4 kids or something like that. And so he is a steady, stable, solid person. Again, there's been no bad press about him unless he's doing his little look and he's on the red carpet. You really don't see him, right? So David Beckham is a strong S. S's, loyal, gentle team players. They are people of substance, okay? Their greatest fear is a loss of security, but they have a high level of trust. They're efficient, but they also resist change. Listen, S's, you're not going to push your S because they like it like this. So if you're like, hurry up and get it done, they're going to be like, no. Okay? They're quiet, but they're witty. They're sympathetic and good listeners. They're easygoing and relaxed, administratively gifted, organized. They're dependable and agreeable. They will mediate problems for others, okay? They don't like, again, they're the steady, stable ones. So if there's a disagreement going on, the person who's going to try to get in between is going to be most likely an S, okay? They're good under pressure. They're likable and they're low key, but they have some limitations. They are very self-protective. They're going to be an observer and a spectator more than they're going to be a speaker, even if they need to be a speaker. Okay? Indecisive, fearful, too compromising at times. They don't want to rock the boat. They're just steady, stable, secure, and S. They're not really goal-oriented. They're not really disciplined. They resent, like I said, they resent being pushed, and they can be a little stingy and stubborn at times, okay? But they have some blind spots. Again, they don't speak up for themselves or others even when it's necessary, which will cause them to miss opportunities for personal and professional growth, okay? Keep this in mind, S's. They can overcommit, take on too many responsibilities because they don't want to rock the boat, remember, okay? They can become too attached to routines and processes. They can do this, eat the same meal, go to the exact same spots for 20 years and be happy as a snail, okay? Holly Berry, she is another S. And our girl here from Harry Potter is an S, Emma, okay? C, any guesses on some C personality types in our society? Any guesses? Anybody? Come on, you guys. This guy is a solid C. I think that he's been wearing that same blue sweater for the last 30 years, okay? That's how much of a C he is. These are people, they are compliant, careful, conscientious, consistent, okay? He has he looks older, obviously, but he's got the exact same look from like 30 years ago. Look on the internet. He got the same look, okay? You'll see the pictures, okay? The C's, they are perfectionists. They're sensitive. Their greatest fear is criticism. C's are bringing the brains, okay? I mean, if you want an I dotted perfectly, it's a C. If you want a T perfectly, I mean that tilt to be perfectly arranged, it's a C. They're accurate. They require detail. They're not just detailed. They require detail. They will ask many questions because, again, they're down in the dirt and the weeds. They're like looking for the molecule of dirt, and they miss the whole beauty of the garden because they are like so focused on that one thing. They're economical. They're content to stay in the background. They're structured, they're orderly, they're organized. Remember what I was saying, D's? D's and I's. If you're a D or an I and you need to hire someone, a C is your best bet if you want to really have a good balance in your workplace. Self-sacrificing. They're data and data-driven and analytical, purposeful. They finish what they start. They're not all flighty like the I's or like, oh, you know, one day we're going to be over here and another day. No, a C is like, we got to stay focused. We got to stay compliant. We got to stay consistent. That is a C. They're loyal. They see the problems and they set very high standards. But C's can be moody and critical. Okay? They can have selective hearing because a lot of C's, they know that other people, or this is what they think, that other people just aren't as smart as them. Okay? All right. False humility. They hold back affection. They can be vengeful and unforgiving at times. And they have a need for approval because that is what they have heard their whole, you're so great. You're so smart. You're so this. You're so that. Okay. So, some blind spots for C's. They can be rigid in their thinking. They can struggle with multitasking, overlooking the larger context of a project or goal, and may become too focused on the details, missing the larger implications. Some of the other C's, Colin Powell and Einstein. Okay, so we have gone through the personalities, right? This D is problem focused. If you are D, you are problem focused. You want to fix the problem. You want to fix it quick. You want to fix it right. All right? Problem focused. I's are people focused. Okay? Pace focused. Listen, don't rush me. I'm an S. We're going to stay at this pace. I'm pace focused. Okay? And C's are project focused. So that is a very easy way to remember the type of personalities. Okay? So a lot of people end up in careers that meet their personalities. Other people do not. I am going to give you some ideas for each personality, okay, for career options. But also, if you end up in a career like I did, that was not necessarily my top personality type, what to do? What do you do? What do you do, right? Okay, so let's get into the D's first. D's are those who are dominant, right? They are assertive, results-oriented. They thrive in fast-paced environments. They excel in leadership roles. They want to take charge and make decisions. So what are the best careers for D's? Project manager, sales manager, entrepreneur, operations manager, CEOs, real estate developer, even personal trainers. So let's say you don't end up in a job that is D-oriented or D-focused. You may struggle with patience, collaboration, because you know D's is all about the D. They're making the decisions. They don't want your opinion except to give them the facts, but they're going to make the decision. Okay, so, but you end up in a job where you do have to collaborate and listen to other people, okay? Or have great attention to the detail, like C's do. So what do? You have to actually be intentional about practice active listening to build your relationship with colleagues. Remember what I was saying. If you can build the right relationships, if you can connect with people right, that will put you above the others. Because it's all about people. People open doors. Do they not? I mean, you can be the smartest person in the room, but if there is no one to open the door for you, it might not matter. Meanwhile, I've seen some really dumb people have some open doors because they knew how to work it. Tell me I'm not telling the truth, right? I'm telling the truth, okay? So the other things that you can do as a D is break tasks into smaller milestones, okay? Because you gotta slow it down, D. If you're a D, you gotta slow it down and really kind of take the opportunity to develop some of the other strengths in other personalities, okay? So another thing, focus on collaboration by seeking. Be intentional about seeking the input of other people if you are a D. I's. Now we already know I's need the people. They need it. It's not an option. If you're an I, you have to have that people interaction. But let's just say you end up in a cube somewhere and you are not like out with all the people, right? So I's are natural communicators who like to inspire other people. So they are going to excel. Customer service manager, marketing manager, sales reps, HR managers, teachers, educators, event planners, okay? But let's say that that's not what you end up doing as a career. You have to be able, as an I, to develop your ability to work in highly structured, routine-based, and isolated roles. You have to be flexible. We all do, okay? So how do you do that? You have to create some opportunities for social interaction for yourself if you are in a role like that, okay? So that you can get that I thing filled up even though you're in a very isolated role, okay? So create opportunities, brainstorming sessions with some of your colleagues. Ask them what their ideas are. Use time management tools to build skills to stay focused on deadlines. Because remember, eyes are all over the place. They're like, all over. So use some time management tools so that you can build those skills. And then creativity. Use whatever creativity you can, eyes, to make things more engaging. Boring tasks or tasks that you would feel are boring. Use creativity when you're doing them, okay? S's. You guys are this calm, patient, steady people, teamwork, stability, nurturing. Of course, you would be a social worker, a nurse, a therapist, an admin assistant, counselor, psychologist, HR coordinator, a teacher, special educations, even customer success manager. Listen, you like to help, okay? Look at all these positions. You like to help. But what happens when you find yourself in a fast-paced or highly competitive environment? S's don't like to compete. They're fine just being in their slow, steady pace. So if they find themselves in a very fast-paced environment, you need to seek out mentors or allies that you can kind of balance with, who can help you navigate all of that. Manage stress by setting boundaries. Listen, because you'll kind of like accommodate people a lot, you have to have boundaries, S's, or people will just run over you, okay? Run over you. And then use time blocking. Use time blocking so that you can make sure that you get everything done and that you can allocate specific times for tasks and breaks. The C's, conscientious types, who are analytical, detail-oriented, and value accuracy. C's are going to thrive in structured environments where they can focus on data and processes. So it should be no surprise, data analyst, accountant, software developer, research scientist, quality assurance specialist, engineers, specifically mechanical or civil, and then obviously statisticians, right? So C's may struggle in roles that require quick decision-making, flexibility, or high levels of social interaction. The quick decision-making is going to be like, to have a C do that, because the C's are going to be the person. They're not just going to check what's submitted. They're going to not check it 2 or 3 times. They're going to check it 8 times. So asking a C to make a decision quick is like, it's going to send them on tilt, okay? So if you're a C and you know that you do not make decisions quickly, work with yourself and try to adjust so that you can be a little bit more flexible. So, set deadlines for decision making so you don't overthink it. Okay? Listen, I'm not a C, but I got to touch a C, because I will be the person that looks at stuff like 5 times, okay? Focus on building relationships by engaging small talk. C's, again, they want to stay in their little area. They're fine to just be on their computer or whatever, their device. They don't have to have people interaction. They're not I's. In fact, they're at the opposite ends of the spectrum. Embrace flexibility, C's. Let go of that perfectionism just a little bit. You don't have to come completely out of it, but just a little bit. And then because C's are very much, it's a very, very clear line, okay? That when stuff is not going right, sometimes C's can be a little accusatory. So instead of doing that, use the I statement to convey thoughts and not go into accusatory and analytical, okay? Does that make sense? Okay, so I want to make sure y'all are paying attention. So y'all going to tell me what this style is. Dylan is easygoing. He's relaxed. He's a natural team player, very enthusiastic. He likes to get results through others. He may make some decisions without gathering all the facts. I mean, he's comfortable talking to all types of people and does not like conflict. His tendency to trust others may even cause him to trust the wrong people. Okay, y'all were listening. Good. Okay. Now, what is Rob's style? He's known for his loyalty. He's a team player and hardworking researcher. He puts a premium on friendship, sometimes to a fault. He can be overly agreeable in public forums. Rob's family is absolutely sacred to him. When transition or change occurs, sometimes Rob is like, no. S. Rob is an S. Okay, we'll do a little bit more coming up, okay? So, better communication. When you know all this about these personalities, you can communicate better because when a D is talking to you and they're being all direct, you're not going to take it personally. You're just going to be like, a D. That's a D. When the C is like, I need to see those numbers again. Again, show me the numbers. You're not going to be like, you're crazy. You're going to say, oh, they are a C. They're just a C. That's the C thing. Okay. So if you know how to communicate better with each personality, you will build trust. And when we meet people where they are and with their communication style, we build trust and improve our effectiveness when working with them. So if you want to build trust with a D, these are some of the things that you want to do. Okay. Be brief and to the point. Don't get, you know what? I got to tell you everything in my entire day. And no, D's are going to be like, get to the point. Get to the point. Okay? Don't ask how. D's don't want to know how. They want to know what. What's going to help us? What's going to push us forward? What's going to bring results? The what, not the how. Okay? Highlight the logical benefits. Agree with the facts, not people. Don't be like, well, I like such and such, and that's why I made this decision. They're like, we got to know the facts. These are all about the facts. You want to discuss problems and how it will affect the outcome. Now, this is the part of me of a D that I'm going to share. When I have friends or family that come to me and all they want to do is talk about the problem, I'm like checking out. I'm about, let's fix it. Let's figure out how to fix it. Let's work on fixing it. Let's fix it. After 5 minutes of, oh my gosh, and then, how are we going to fix it? That's all I want. How are we going to fix it? I'm going to let you vent for a little while, and then we're going to fix it. Okay. So that would be the D part of me. I'm not a high D, but I have a little bit of D. Do not ramble. Okay. These are going to do not be too social with a D. They're about action. Okay. This is not an I. This is a D. Okay. Don't generalize. Don't focus on what is wrong. I's. What do you want to do? If you have an I friend, an I family, an I person you work with, build a favorable environment for them. Make them feel comfortable. Let them talk. You got to give I's the time to talk, y'all. You got to. Share the positive aspects of whatever you're working on, because that's where their mind is going to go. Allow for social time. If you take that entire meeting time and just want to talk about work, the I's are going to feel like, what are you doing? We got to connect. I'm an I. We got to connect. You want to write details, but don't dwell on them with I's, okay? And create incentives for I's to follow through. Again, do not eliminate social time and do not do all the talking. You have to give I's their space to talk, and do not ignore an I's ideas. If you are trying to build trust with an S, build a safe environment. Again, safe, steady, secure. These are the S's. Show genuine interest in them. If you're fake, an S is going to be like, fake. S's are not going to have it, okay? Define goals, procedures, and their role for the plan. You don't want to spring stuff on an S. Again, they're like this. You spring stuff, they're not going to know how to like, they're not an I, they're not a D, okay? Don't spring stuff on an S or a C for that matter. Give them time to adjust. If there's a huge thing that you got going on that they need to be involved in, you cannot let them know at the last minute. You can't change it up on a dime all the time on them. They will spin out, okay? And minimize perceived risk to assure personal follow-up. If there's a lot of risk on a project that you're working on with an S, you don't want to talk about all the risk. You want to minimize it. Because then they're going to start overthinking it. They're going to be like, okay, you're taking me out of my stable, steady, secure environment. You do not want to be pushy. I think I said that at the very beginning. You do not want to be aggressive, demanding, abrupt, or controversial with an S. C's, prepare your case in advance. And my God, use accurate data. If you want to make an impact and gain trust with a C, if you are working with a C and there is data involved and you start presenting data that is not accurate, they're immediately going to check out because they're like, oh, you didn't put the work in? You didn't check the facts? Check out. They're checking out. Use precise explanations. Give specific and diplomatic explanations as well. Do not provide general information. You know, an I will be like a broad paintbrush. You can't do that I's with C's. You got to get the details, right? You got to explain the details. They're going to ask questions. They're not trying to annoy you. They're not trying to get on your nerves. It's just the way the C thinks. They want to dig in deep. They want to understand why, what, how, who, but listen, that's just the way they think. Okay? Don't be vague. Don't be casual. Listen, an I can get in a room and talk and like high five and be all, you know. Don't do that with a C, okay? Don't do it with a C. Okay, this is Jerry Lynn. What is her DISC style? She lets others lead the way when working towards a mutual goal. She puts others first even when under extreme pressure. She prefers to listen and analyze. She enjoys putting all the pieces together. Others frequently see her as being very quiet and somewhat introverted. What is Jerry Lynn? A C. She is a C. Now, this is Stephanie. Stephanie is very confident. She's always looking for a new challenge. She's a visionary. At times, her energy is so high it can frustrate her coworkers. She's a hard worker, but not always strong at sustaining the energy for project completion. She is a risk taker and frequently will express her opinion. What is Stephanie? She is a D. She is a D, okay? She's a visionary, always looking for new opportunities, very confident. She's a hard worker, but again, she can't sustain through the end, okay? She's going to express herself, okay? So that is Stephanie. So you can increase your effectiveness and your impact. Everybody familiar with the golden rule? Do unto others as they would do it to you, okay? What's the platinum rule? That's right. Bingo. Treat others the way they want to be treated. So when you know or when you can see where someone's personality has a bent to, just accommodate that. Accommodate that. So we're going to go over a work scenario very quickly, okay? This is actually an activity, but because we lost a little bit of time, I'm just going to walk you guys through it. So Carlos and Priya, okay, this is Carlos, Priya, okay, are working on implementing a new quality control process in their manufacturing plant. Carlos opens the discussion, and he is suggesting a team meeting to gather everyone's thoughts and concerns about the new quality control process. Now, I want you to understand Carlos is an S. Okay, so he is wanting everybody in it. Okay, he emphasizes the importance of employee buy-in and comfort with changes. So he wants everybody else to feel the same way that he would want to feel, secure, right? Secure, stable as they're moving forward. Priya interrupts. She's like, okay, we need to present a detailed implementation plan, specific timelines that she already has drafted. She stresses the urgency of beginning immediately to meet industry standards. Carlos says, okay, no way. We can't do that. They got to do a trial run, okay, with a small group just to help them ease into the transition. So Carlos, after this conversation, feels overwhelmed and concerned about his team's ability to adapt quickly based on what Priya was saying. Priya is anxious about the potential delays in the impact. She's like, we got to get it done, okay? Neither want to work with each other now because they got on each other's nerves, okay? Different personalities. So this can happen. This is like real world, okay? This can happen. So what could each one have done differently? Just let's walk through it. Carlos, understanding how Priya is a C, could have proposed a detailed and specific timeline for getting employee feedback for the implementation. Okay, she wants to get it done. So she could have been like, okay, how can I accommodate his personality and making this happen? And also my personality, this is how I could do it. Or her personality. So also he could have offered to lead communication efforts with Priya so she wouldn't have to wrap her head around all the logistics, right? Because that's what Priya's like clicking out on. Well, how am I going to do that? She's going into C mode. She's overthinking. Priya, on the other hand, could have proposed developing a phased rollout, allowing some flexibility and still meeting key deadlines. Flexibility would give Carlos the comfort, remember, steady, stable, of knowing his staff would have adequate support needed for the transition. So that is a kind of real world scenario that I like to go through so that everybody has some sort of framework on how this actually works when you are engaging people who have different personalities. So showing up and adapting based on the personality that you're working with. Believe it or not, certain tones of voices and body language are going to communicate certain things to certain personalities. So if you have a meeting with a D, don't go in there and say, hey, my name is Shannon. Hi, how are you doing? No, go in there. Strong, clear, loud, confident, direct. You'll gain their respect. Because if you come in there whimpering like that, and he's going to know, or she's going to know, that D's going to know, I can roll right over you. I'm going to roll over you. And they will. Okay? They will. Body language. Keep your distance. Don't roll up on a D like you and I. Okay? Do not do that. Strong handshake. Controlled gestures. Lean forward. Have direct eye contact. Lean in. You want to gain their respect. Signs that things are not going well with your conversation with a D. They're looking at their watch because they're already tapping out. They're like, why are they wasting my time? Okay? They're leaning back in their chair because they're already imagining their next conversation and what they got to do next, who they got to speak to next, what they okay? Or them challenging or disagreeing with you. You got to pivot quick. Pivot quick. Okay? Eyes. When you meet with an I, let's say you have a meeting with an I, be enthusiastic, friendly, energized, engaged with an I. Bring their energy with you when you meet with an I. Eyes are the only ones that you can kind of get closer than the other personality types, okay? I'm not saying you got to be right up on them, but I'm just saying with the I, you can lean in a little bit, right? Because eyes are like, hey, you and me, we're together, people, okay, that's an I. Relax, be humorous, friendly eye contact, expressive gestures are, listen, eyes love that stuff, okay? You can be as expressive as you want to with an I. Let it all out. Signs that things are not going well with an I. They're looking around because they're trying to figure out who can I really talk to that I want to talk to. They're looking around the room. They're looking around the office. Maybe they bring a little skepticism or negativity. Now moving along to the S's. When you meet with an S, you want to be warm and friendly. Hi, how are you? Not the high voice that I might bring. Steady. This is an S. Okay, stable. They want it. They're like sizing you up. Okay, that's an S. So you want to be warm, low volume, body language. Be relaxed. Be yourself. Friendly eye contact. Once again, small gestures. No. Steady, stable, or an S would think you are a little crazy. Okay. Signs things are not going well. They ask you to repeat the same information. Say that again. Say that again. Say that again. They've already tapped out, but they're just too nice to say, get out of my office. Okay. C's. How do you want to adapt to someone who is a C personality? Listen, you want to come in there. You want to be controlled. You want to be direct. You want to be thoughtful. Because you've already crossed that T multiple times. You've dotted that I multiple times, and they're going to know it. And you're going to come in confidently. Little modulation. They're kind of like the S's. Don't go up and down with your voice. And then, nope. Keep it steady, okay? Body language. Keep your distance. Have a firm posture. Give them direct eye contact like you would a D. Not a lot of gesturing like you would a D. Signs that things are not going well. C's will just straight up ignore you. They'll be completely evasive, okay? Verbal communication will be stopped or greatly minimized when they start tapping out. And they will ask difficult questions that they know you can't answer because they just want to go ahead and end the meeting. They want you out of their office, out of their space, okay? So that is a C. We have one last work scenario that I'm going to go through with you. How's my time? Am I over? Okay. Oh, okay, good. So here we have Aisha. She is an S. And then we have Wei, C. They're collaborating on developing a new employee handbook. Okay. Now Aisha is the HR manager while Wei is the legal compliance officer. She initiates the conversation with him enthusiastically, suggesting that they start by brainstorming ideas to make the handbook welcoming and easy to read. She wants the employees who are reading the handbook to have a good, stable, steady experience. She emphasizes the importance of creating a positive first impressions for employees. Now, Wei responds by presenting a comprehensive list of legal requirements that must. He is the legal person, okay? So he is like, listen, we got to talk about the legalities. They must be included in the handbook. He insists on reviewing these points in detail before considering any other aspects of the document. So basically, he's totally like, whatever she said, he's dismissed. He's like, we got to get into the legalities of it, okay? So Aisha was put off by Wei's approach. She tried to steer the conversation back to the overall tone and user friendliness of the handbook, highlighting the employee experience. He dismisses her concerns about tone and employee satisfaction and pushes to proceed without prioritizing the legal requirements. He's frustrated that Aisha lacks the concern about the legalities that he could. So what could be improved upon? Aisha could understand that he is much more analytical than creative-minded, okay? So she could have already done some work just to inquire loosely about the legalities. She could also have created a draft that addressed both legal aspects for him to consider and review. He, on the other hand, could have explained the reasoning behind each legal requirement to help just give her a greater understanding of what is going to be necessary in these handbooks. He could be open to suggestions on format, or they could even collaborate on addressing both legal and readable concerns simultaneously. So now you know how to build upon these principles. You understand your natural tendencies and identify areas where jobs can challenge you the most, okay? You understand the dynamic of collaborating with other personalities whose strengths can actually complement your challenges. You're able now to build skills that align with your job's requirement, such as communication, technical expertise, and beyond. And view this as an opportunity for growth to leverage the unique strengths that you bring and the value that you bring with other personalities. Okay? Thank you so much for your time and listening. Yeah, does anybody have any questions about maybe something I said or a personality type or anything? Yes. Uh-huh.
They don't know the person. How they know their personality? Just by a few sentences in the beginning. And they adjust, you know.
Right. Personality is not something that you're immediately always going to know. So what you want to do is be very intentional about watching people. She indicated if someone goes on an interview, let's say you guys go on an interview, how would you guys know the personality? You're not necessarily going to know the personality. Now, it might, if they're an I, you might know the personality, right? Because they're going to be very effervescent. But with some of the other personalities, you're not necessarily going to know. But just like people in your family, you could use this. In fact, I do for people in my family, okay? Because you know how family can be. So just like with your family, you've learned them over time. If you get hired at a company, one of the first things that I would do is watch your boss and kind of figure out what personality they are. It might take a little time. You're not going to know, in an hour or two. But in a week, you should have an idea of what type of personality they are. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay.
So I have a question. I'm sorry. My question is, when you're under a lot of stress for a longer period of time, how can that affect how you're wired? And I'm only asking because I've taken it before and my results are different. I'm not as stressed. I'm not as stretched as I used to be.
Absolutely. It's very similar to the environment thing that I mentioned before, how your personality can adjust based on your environment and based on, when my back is up against the wall, let me tell y'all, I'm more of a D. I'm more of a D. I'm not Donald D, but I'm more of a D. Okay. So that comes out. The true part of me is going to come out more, the more stressed I am, the more I'm carrying, the more I got going on where, I feel a weight on me, more of that's going to come out because my D is about getting stuff done, figuring it out. Come on, let's move to the next thing. I got to move, that type of thing. And so I believe the essence of who you are is going to come out more based on the more stressed maybe you are, right? I can be a solid I in the right environment, right? Are you a D? Yes. Okay, so we have two Ds here, right? So we can be I's in the right environment. So environment, stress, all of those things. And remember what I said at the very beginning as well. You are going to have different types of personalities based on the environment that you're in. So at home, you could look completely different than the type of person you are at work. You could look completely different in the community than the type of person you are at home. I mean, all of those factors are going to tie into, what part of you is really going to come out most. So, yeah. Does that answer your question? Okay, good. Yeah.
This is more of a comment than a question. And one of the things that I've noticed, because I'm an I, but one of the things that I've noticed is when you walk into someone's office, you can tell a lot of their personality through what their office looks like that I've seen. So when you described all the personalities, I can definitely tell a dominant, a D personality, kind of how their office is set up. Usually eyes have a whole lot of lot of colors,
stuff,
a whole lot of stuff. Right. And then, so that's one of the ways that I know the young lady was inquiring on how would you know the personality. Sometimes even in an interview, you can walk into the person who is interviewing their office and kind of see what kind of person they are by you know, a lot of D's, their office is not very friendly. It's not, I mean, it's friendly, but kind of to the point. You see you see some of the things that, you know, the degrees and this and that, and it's all in one place, and or like your C's and your S's. And, you know, I know with eyes, my office, you know, it has a whole bunch of mental health stuff and, you know, how to be bubbly and flowery, and you can cry in here and, you know, you can whatever, and it's all to make you feel better. Not necessarily the best, you know.
Thank you.
We can be all over the place.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Take all the clues in. Any clue, including off, take all the clues in.
Yeah, thank you so much for that presentation. Yeah, my question is straightforward and for the student to learn. And it's a little bit technical. Now, when you go for an interview, you have a quite number of people there with different personality. Now, you've given us different clues on how to address and catch the mind of each personality. Now, I'm an interview. I have like 4 or 5 interviewers, each of them D, C, I, S. I myself am S. How do you want me to present my case and being able to catch the attention of each of them?
Yes, I love that, because let me tell you something. I never gave myself like an intro or whatever, I forgot. But anyway, I have interviewed probably thousands of people. I have been the senior HR leader at multiple organizations before I started my company. And so I love that you asked that question. Here's the thing. When you go on an interview, be very pleasant, but don't be presumptuous. Don't be presumptuous. Be pleasant. If you're pleasant and you're warm, it doesn't matter if it's a D, an S, an I, a C. They can't take anything bad about you if you're pleasant and you're warm. Okay, so, but I will say this too. When people would be very presumptuous on interviews and they would be like, well, I want to know this first interview, not second, not third, first interview. What are the benefits like? I want to know how much I'm being paid. I'm already like, oh, yep, they're off the list. They're gone. Don't be presumptuous. If you're humble, everybody likes someone who's humble. Now, that doesn't mean that you don't have to shrink down. Don't shrink down. Never, never, never shrink down. Never, for anyone in any situation. Do not shrink who you are, okay? Now, we control it, but we don't shrink it. Does that make sense? Okay, so you want to control it, but you don't want to shrink it. Everybody likes people who are humble. I don't know anybody who doesn't, right? And so those are some of the things that I would say when you go in and you really don't know. Like she was saying, you don't know the personality types of all the people. But if you're pleasant, if you're not presumptuous, if you answer the questions and you're direct about it and not just like, okay, just answer the questions, be pleasant, be humble, and don't be presumptuous. Nobody will be able to find anything about you that they're like. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question? Yeah. Any other questions? Any other? Okay, well, thank you guys for your attention. I know it was a little long, but hopefully you guys got something from it, okay? Hopefully you got something from it.
I loved it. And those of you who know me, you know I am a what? All day long. But I'm an I too. I am a people person. I love the people. I really do. I live for the people. So we are going to transition now as soon as we hook back up. There it is. Awesome sauce. And Dr. Poon is going to come back and do her presentations. Sweet spot.
Sweet spot.
Come on, right here.
Right here?
Good, right here. Here you go.
Oh, okay. There we go.
I love this lady.
Hello, everyone. So now it is time to give the certificates and... Okay. All right. So we are going to ask you to come up and
Then we will give you the certificate of completion. Congratulations, everyone. And then after that, we will take a group picture. Okay? How does that sound? Great? Okay, so all the MH Reach high schooler, come up, please. All of them come, right? Do I call? Oh, after the presentation. So, yeah. Okay. So do we ask them to come one at a time or? Yes. Oh, one at a time. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Go back to your chair. We'll do it one at a time. And then as you come, then you line up right here. Thank you. Okay, Sophie Araya.
All right, if you all will take your seats so we can go ahead and have Dr. Dowu present his certificates to his students who worked with him. And after Dr. Dowu does his certificate presentations, Davy, is it Davy? Davy, where are you? Okay. After he does the presentations, we're going to have you come up and give your little speech, okay? Okay. Come on, Dr. Dowu. They're almost done. Dr. Phone.
No.
Dr. Phone, no, this is yours.
This
No, this is hers. Yours left over.
Okay. All right, it's time for presentation of certificate to the iArt student for this year. Please kindly step forward as soon as I'm calling your name. Yeah, for the iArt student, we have quite a number of students out of state, so not all of them are present. We have students as far as Washington joining us online. So the first person I'm calling is Ibrahim Hassan Kafayus. Salma Kafayus. Ayomide Tilayomi. Congratulations. David Lapabio. Jamin Lapabio. Thank you. The other students are not present today. Thank you. So let's take a good picture. Yep. Yeah, I'm back again. So I will be snappy. I'm the only one staying between you and lunch, so I will make it so snappy. So I just want one of our students, David. I think David was part of us last year and is back again this year. So to give his experience as far as the iArt program is concerned. Thank you, David.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Daviak Pabio, and I'm about to be a freshman in college for biomedical engineering. And doing this iHeart program is really like enhanced my want, my desire to go into the biomedical science field. And yes, I did it last year, and I'm here back again, just to not just for the repetition and redundancy, but to just go through that experience one more time to really strengthen that desire that I have. And I'm just gonna go through just briefly a few of the things we did. Over Zooms, we had our weekly Zooms. We went through things like molecular docking and looking at different alloys and proteins and drugs, the impact of drugs. Specifically, there was this one acronym. It was called ADMET. It was absorption, distribution, metabolism, excretion, and toxicity. That was a really big thing that we dived into, when we were talking about our drugs. And then when we finally had our lab days, for me, those are the best part. From looking at rats and mice, that one really scared the most of us. But specifically going through all the different doctors' labs, doing all these experiments, and really looking at what drug discovery is, not just what we see at CVS, but the behind the scenes, what you do on the counter, that kind of thing. And I'm just glad to have done this experience, because it's not just about the medicine we take and staying healthy, it's about the innovation. And that's really why I wanted to do biomedical engineering. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I love that. They didn't have biomedical engineering when I was in school. I'm an electrical engineer, so that's all I had to select from: electrical, mechanical, and architectural. And now they got biomedical. That's what I wanted. But anyway, y'all can tell I'm kind of upset about that, but that's okay. Wow, this has been absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. I know you smell the food, so it's time to eat, right? We're going to try to do this in as orderly a fashion as we can. I'm going to after I bless the food. Father, we thank you, we honor you, we praise you. We adore you, we magnify you. We thank you for the time that you have graced us up to this time when we are able to partake in a meal together as a family and as a unit. We do not take anything for granted, what we have heard here, our experience, but we give you all the glory. Amen. So what we will do is I would like to allow the families, the high school students, their parents to go first. And then we can all you can go. You hungry? You're not going to eat? What? I understand. So if you all would go ahead, and you all can go ahead to the table. There's someone there to assist you. Grace, are we serving? Are we serving? Are they self-serve? Okay. Okay, you're self-serving. Listen, people. I have this thing about self-serving. When you self-serve, which I think is great, by the way, because I can go back there and put an apron on and do the thing. Y'all just remember, we got some people to feed, okay? Be not too generous, but enough. Yeah, see, they don't understand that. Do y'all understand what cross-contamination is? Do not use one spoon for one thing to another thing, okay? See, that's why I like to serve. You understand what I'm saying, sir? You just never know.
dietary.
I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you. For those persons who may have some dietary restraints, we do have pizza as well. So you have options. You don't have to eat the Mexican food. We do have pizza for another option.
Hello? Hello. Hi to all the high schooler trainee. Before you go, after lunch, before you go, we want you to go to 316 to record a very short testimony. Okay? All right. So before you go, make sure you stop by 316. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
For those who want more out of every moment this summer, Mazda has more 2025 IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand as of May 2025. What more could you ask for? Discover how Mazda has more to move you today. Visit iihs.org to learn more.
Just a reminder, high school students, when you finish eating, we need you to go to room 316 to do a interview, a testimonial interview. We have cameras set up there and someone there to interview you. It's gonna be really quick, so you're not gonna be there for a long time, okay?
Elementor's CSS loading, the old way versus the new way.
Optimized, just like Elementor's CSS code, now faster than ever. Conditionally loading only the styles that each page needs, reducing the page CSS size by up to 668 kilobytes. Elementor, lightweight code, powerful results.
What's new with Google Ads? Google AI
Those of you who are in LEAP, you all will need to do an interview as well. So you can do it now because we have a little time before we start back up at 1:30, or you can wait until after your presentations. So have everyone had the opportunity to do the recording yet? Yes or no? You did yours, Ira? Who else is hiding behind that pole? Brittany, did you do a recording? Awesome sauce. Who else do we have? My high school people sitting here, you all did your recordings? Come on now. Can we start early, Dr. O, if we can? Because, is there anyone else out in the hall? Let's wait and see who's there. I don't want to start without. Desiree, you came in this room and you did not even speak to me. How dare you? I will see you in class August 18th.
Los 5 años de precio garantizado de Xfinity. Tú tienes 5 años del Wi-Fi más confiable, con nuestro mejor equipo incluido, a un precio que se mantiene exactamente igual.
¿Sabes qué es brillante? Lo aburrido. Piénsalo. ¿Qué transforma un equipo en campeón?
Lo aburrido. Lo aburrido es el motor de lo emocionante.
Por eso, piensa y bajes brillantemente aburrido con tu dinero para que puedas vivir como desees.
Charles, did you do your recording? Okay, thank you. Where are you going, girl? Did you do your recording? Okay, go ahead. We'll wait for you. Okay, Chanaza, you're done, correct. Alexina, you're done, correct. Awesome sauce. Okay, I think we may be able to get started about 15 minutes early, if that's okay with you all. All right, guys, let's tie up our conversations. We're going to go ahead and get started with our next presentation, who is the same wonderful and fabulous person that we just had to do this for. She's amazing. Give her a round of applause. Did she do an amazing job? I just love, oh my goodness, she did a great job. So go ahead and take it away.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, remember during the last presentation, I started off and I said that there were some things that all of us could do to really put us ahead of the group if we did those things as leaders, right? If we did those things, if we were aware of those things, if we leverage those things. And the first thing that we talked about already was knowing how to leverage different personalities, right? So that we can engage them better, so that we can understand them better, so that we won't get offended when they act certain ways, right? And so now we are going to talk about the second thing, and that is knowing how to be an effective problem solver, okay? And it's so important, so important. Everybody, no matter who you are, if you are a leader, you are going to want people who solve problems and don't complain or create problems. Right? Am I saying it right? Problem solvers are in demand. I have had staff who only knew how to complain, and guess what? They didn't stay long. They didn't stay long. I was always looking for someone who had a couple of different traits when I would hire for my team. The first was good judgment, because I hired them to be an expert in the job that they are in, right? The second one is problem solving. I always told them, if I was gone from the office for a month, you guys should be able to run this group without a hiccup, because you're all problem solvers, right? And so keep that in mind as we go through this presentation. So we're going to talk about problem solving. We're going to talk about workplace conflict. All of these things are things that if you have not already dealt with them, you will. You will, I promise you. You can work at the most perfect place, but I'm telling you, you're going to have conflict with people, right? And I mean, honestly, it's no surprise. We all have had conflict in our families, and we love those people, okay? So we know we're going to have conflict outside. So what is workplace conflict? You guys already know what it is, but I always like to start sessions with a general description. It's a disagreement, a dispute between two or more parties with opposing interests, views, goals, values. It can arise from differences in perspective, resources, opinions, all kinds of stuff. So the purpose of this workshop, once again, is to provide you with the skills and tools necessary to effectively and quickly resolve problems. So let's just talk about the top 10 reasons for workplace conflict, okay? Personality clashes. We just talked about personalities. Now you guys know what to do with different personalities, right? We have our introverts, we have our extroverts, we have our D's, our I's, our S's, our C's, people who are more assertive versus people who are more passive. And so hopefully now that you have gone through the DISC training, you have a better understanding of that, and you can deal with these personality clashes a little bit better. But that's not the only top reason. Also, work style conflicts. How many people know that you can look at the same problem and have different styles of wanting to resolve the conflict? So that is another top reason for conflict. conflict in the workplace. Workload imbalances. How many people, well, I've experienced this, working someplace where maybe one person in the group was doing 70% of the work and the other person was doing 30%. Okay, that's a conflict. Because if we're at the same level, same title, we should be doing equal amounts. Would that be right? Okay, yes. So workload imbalances can create conflict. Work-life balance. If you don't have a very good balanced work life, that can create conflict as well. Struggling to manage both your professional and your personal life. Cultural conflicts. How many people know that Houston is the most diverse city in America? The most diverse. So we should know and be sensitive to conflicts related to culture, right? There are some cultures, they're very effervescent. And when they get upset with each other, they can just let it all out. And then you have other cultures where they're very quiet. They like to talk things out. So when we have those different types of cultures, we need to know how to operate through conflict better, respecting each other's culture. Lack of role clarification. If you don't know the confines and the structures of what you are supposed to be doing in your job, which is why we have job descriptions, then you don't know pretty much what you're supposed to be doing. You could be duplicating work that someone else is doing, or your manager or your supervisor could be expecting you to do certain work that you don't even know you're supposed to be doing. So there can be conflict regarding that as well. That can be problematic. Stress and burnout. How many people know that the more stressed you are, the shorter your fuses? You have less patience a lot of times. Maybe you get into conflict a little bit easier. Communication problems. Some people communicate a lot and over communicate. Some people communicate a little. That can create conflict. Limited resources. Let's say we have a huge piece of equipment that is extremely expensive. It has to be shared between 2 or 3 departments. And let's say that one department in particular hogs it and uses it 80% of the time, while the other 2 departments only get that little 20%. Okay. The 20%, they're going to be like, why are you hogging up the machinery? Why are you hogging this up? That can create a conflict. And finally, competition. Some people are very competitive. They want to vie for the next promotion position. Conflict. So those are the top reasons for workplace conflict. So what are some common default tactics that all of us use, no matter who you are? You all use them. Default. Some people want to collaborate. Okay, hey, we can work this out. Let's collaborate. Some people, their default is to compromise. Take a little, give a little. Other people, oh, they want to avoid. They don't like conflict. I can't deal with this. I'm not dealing with it. I'm not talking to you. I'm going to just avoid you, avoid the conflict, avoid escalating. Other people want to compete. Now, in some of these default resolution tactics, you can even kind of guess what kind of personalities it would be a default to, right? And so for people who want to compete, we already know that's going to be the D, because they're like, oh no, it's got to be my way. It's got to be my way. And then other people, your default might be to just accommodate. Hey, and that would be an S move, right? S's, I'm going to just accommodate you. You can have your way. It's okay. It's all good. So think about, which one have you used? You know, when you are typically in conflicts, because you're automatically going to default to one of them when you do it. Now, I wanted to go over a conflict resolution wheel extremely quickly, but these are also some tools that people who think that they have some options on the table or whatever use, okay? So we're just going to go through these very quickly. You ask the other person that you're having conflict with, how can I help resolve this issue, right? Brainstorming solutions, making a deal, sharing, listening, and then restating what the conflict is so that you can better understand it. Taking responsibility, apologizing if needed, and making the necessary changes. We concede to what the other person wants, or we get help from someone higher. Maybe we use the I feel. Hey, I feel that this is going on. Not accusing, but the I feel. Right? And so those are some of the other quick resolutions, in addition to decide to just let it go. Like, I don't have time to deal with this. I'm going to just let this one go and let this person have it because I got too much on my plate. So those are not the ones that we're going to get into. Those are not the strategies, but those are some common ones that all of us kind of default to. But before we get into all of that, I need you guys to know how conflict can affect us personally, because it does. The first way that it affects us personally and triggers us are emotions, right? Our emotions, anger, anxiety, distress, all of those emotions are what we go through. Physiological responses. How many people have dealt with rapid breathing? Maybe, you feel a tightness in your chest, increased heart rate. I've never dealt with tunnel vision, but it's also one of the things that people deal with. Release of stress hormones, muscle tension, pupil dilation, increased sweating, heightened stress. All of these things are not good for us, right? Neurological changes. So this is what happens to your brain in a conflict. There's this thing, and everybody has it. It sits at the top of your spinal, okay? In your head, like at the very base or whatnot. It is called the amygdala. It is called, or known as, the brain's smoke detector. Why? Because when you get in a conflict, that thing starts, and what happens is that the prefrontal cortex of your brain starts to shut down. That is the part of your brain that makes good judgments. So how many people have heard the term, oh, they went postal? They went postal, okay? What is the connotation there, right? Like they just flipped. They flipped out. This person flipped out. It could have been like some upstanding member of the community. You're watching the news or you're watching social media, and you're like, oh my gosh, they did what? Like we're shocked. We're surprised. Oh yeah, this person was a pediatrician for 30 years and they just flipped. You know what happened? This is what happened. A neurological trigger happened, okay? Other triggers, cognitive triggers happen. How about this? I know everybody's dealt with this. I've had this happen so many times. The argument or the conflict is over, but you're still talking to them in your mind, okay? You're like, oh, next time, let me tell you what's going to happen. Yeah, you think you're going to do that to me again? Oh, no, you're not. They're long gone, not even in the room, away from the space, right? But you're still having this conversation with them like it is not going to go down like this the next time, okay? So that's another trigger, cognitive responses. And then behavioral responses. Of course, we don't want things to escalate into anything physical, but sometimes they do verbally. Verbal altercations, passive-aggressive responses. And I think everybody in here knows what passive-aggressive means. Avoidance, all of these physical responses as well, or behavioral responses as well. All of them are unhealthy. All of those things are unhealthy. Unhealthy for your mind, unhealthy for your emotions, unhealthy for you physiologically. And so you need to understand that conflict, even though it happens and we can't all the time avoid it, it's not healthy for us. Okay? Okay, so the impact of workplace conflict is really staggering. There are huge implications. So out of many, many employees that were surveyed, 30% said that they reporting having a work enemy that negatively affected their performance. That's not good. That is not good. That's not the type of culture or atmosphere that anyone wants to work into. You know you got to go to work and have a work enemy there waiting for you, right? 51% of employees have wanted to quit their jobs due to workplace conflict. And I've been one of them, okay? Workplace conflict, depending on how intense it is, it can make you want to quit your job. 53% of employees currently said that they felt stress due to workplace conflict, and 77% of the 53% said that they had already become disengaged with their work. None of this is good for the workplace. None of this is good for your health. None of this is good for productivity. None of it's good for the boss because they're going to be held responsible. So what are some strategies that can be used? We're going to talk about the first strategy. It is called the 4A strategy. And this is a tactic that you can use. And it's called 4A for a reason. So you'll see. So the first thing, very simple, acknowledge the conflict, okay? Don't be an avoider. Don't try to like sweep it away or act like you don't want to deal with the person, deal with the conflict. Acknowledge that there is conflict. Then assess the situation. Now this is just you. You're doing this so that you can address it appropriately. You want to assess the situation. Analyze possible solutions with whoever you might be having the conflict with. Right? And you can do this on your own and then get with them later and analyze it. And then act on the best option. 4 A's. Very simple. Okay? It keeps it in order because what happens when we're in conflict, our mind is all over the place. And you got to bring it back in. Okay, what do I need to do first? What do I need to do second? What do I need to do third? So this is one approach. So what does it look like being played out? So let's say the manager notices her department is not getting the correct information from her colleague from another department. She acknowledges the issue very quickly. She knows that she's not getting the information that her department needs from this other department. She's like, okay, this is a problem. She sees it. She's acknowledging it, right? Then she goes to the other manager. She doesn't just wait around and see if anybody complains. No, she acknowledges it. She highlights it. She's like, I got to get this resolved. She's not waiting for her staff to do something. She does something. She goes to the other manager so they can assess the underlying causes. Hey, I noticed that we're not getting the information we need on a timely basis. Let's try to figure out what's going on so that we can resolve this issue before it gets worse, okay? Then they analyze the situation together. What are some of the potential solutions? And then they agree on a specific solution and they implement it. It sounds very simple, but when you're in the middle of conflict, you're not always wanting to do this or thinking like this, okay? So this is the first. So we went over the top reasons for conflict in the workplace. Now I want to talk about disagreement and conflict types. So you'll notice some of the groupings will include what we talked about before. So role conflicts, this is the who's doing what, who. Role conflicts is all about the who. Lack of clarity and responsibility, lack of clarity and understanding what you're supposed to be doing and the expectations of your boss, okay? And then there are task conflicts. This is the what. What am I supposed to be doing? Okay, I'm here at work. What am I supposed to be doing? What's the scope? I know I'm supposed to be doing it, but what is the scope of what I'm supposed to be doing? And this is the how, the process of the conflict. I want to resolve it this way, but you know what? The protocol tells me that I need to resolve it another way. So that's the how. Intergroup conflicts can occur. And I don't know if you've ever been in a department, worked in a department where there were two different sides of people who were kind of clashing about how they wanted to do something. But it happens. Miscommunication, misunderstanding, contradicting goals of each department can happen. And then, of course, the personality clashes, differing communication styles, varying personal values and beliefs. I am of the mindset that it is best to avoid conflicts than to have to resolve conflicts. So let's get into resolving another conflict, okay, another strategy. This is the calm method, and this is to bring calm to a situation. We have a manager, and we'll get into a example again, but clarify the issue is first. Address the emotions. Now, when you notice that conflict is getting a little emotional, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it's just a misunderstanding or whatever, but when you notice that it's getting emotional, address the emotions quickly, because you guys know what happens. When they're not addressed, what happens? They escalate. Yeah, they get worse. They escalate. So you want to address emotions quickly and not ignore them. People screaming at each other. We're not doing that. We're not going to do that. Let's address the emotions. Listen actively and then move towards a resolution, okay? Everybody wants to be heard. Everybody wants to feel like their opinion or their viewpoint matters. So listening is very, very important. And then, of course, moving towards a resolution. So what does it look like? 2 staff people are having a conflict about communication in a weekly meeting. Jim goes to Jacqueline to clarify the problem. Jacqueline says she always feels interrupted. Jim says he believes he's contributing more than what Jacqueline is, okay? So they acknowledge each of their frustrations, right? So Jacqueline's basically like, nobody listened to me. And Jim's like, I'm doing all the work, okay? Basically. So they acknowledge each other. They're like, okay, I get it. So they're listening to each other. They make a plan for, one, ensuring discussions allow both people to participate uninterrupted so that Jacqueline feels heard. And Jim is going to create the space for that. And then 2, discuss workload and responsibility. So that addresses both of their issues. Another strategy is the ICE strategy. And that is something that you guys are actually going to work on. So this is the quickest, easiest strategy there is. It is identify the core issues of the problem or the conflict, communicate effectively about it, and establish common ground so that you can move forward. What does this look like? 2 colleagues have vastly different goals and concerns. They agree to use ICE to discuss the divide. They give both of each other the opportunity to be heard, find a resolution by focusing on shared interests and collaborative solutions. So I am going to give you guys an activity for ICE, okay? Oh, yeah. Yes, thank you. So you can stay at your own table and discuss it amongst whoever is at your table, but come up with, using the ICE method, and it should be on your paper, but I'll also go back to what it has to do with up here, the ICE strategy. Use the strategy to resolve the conflict and just feel free to talk amongst yourselves about what would be a good way to do it. No, there's no right answer. This just gets you thinking and talking about things in the right way, okay? Using a strategy, all right? So I'll give you guys 5 to 7 minutes or whatnot to talk about it and discuss, okay? Yep. Yep. That is hilarious. Okay, 3 more minutes, you guys, and then we'll go back to it, okay? 3 minutes.
Data's over there by herself. Get out the room. Data. Oh, you can work that. Pull a chair up.
I'm so sorry. Let me say all that again. I have that voice that just carries, so but I forgot that it's being recorded. Okay, so we are going to go through it, and I want to find out, again, there are no wrong no wrong answers. So what did you guys identify as some of the issues in this particular situation? Okay, can you give me a little bit more? Give me a little bit more. Taylor is the problem. What is Taylor doing that is the problem? Taylor is doing too much. That's what. Taylor is the problem is what is being said. No last minute changes when there's a deadline. What are some of the other issues? Did you have something that you wanted to say?
Prioritizing the final changes, because I feel like, you should focus on what's important to meet the deadlines. To me, Alex was more focused on like, okay, I want it done right and now. It needs to be on time. And Taylor was more like, I want it to be perfect, kind of like rushing it a little bit. So I feel like it's always best to like try to make sure it's on time instead of just trying to do all of this and that. So I feel like Taylor, he was doing a lot. So I feel like the best solution, if I was Alex, I'd be like, okay, we just gonna have to finalize it, and that's what it is.
So what would that communication look like?
I say for us, like, telling Taylor, like, hey, oh, sorry, my phone was ringing.
Taylor's calling you.
Maybe
Taylor.
Alex should like tell Taylor like, hey, maybe we should focus our time on this instead of doing that, and tell him like, hey, we have a deadline to do, and maybe suggest that Taylor could like do another part that he prefers to do more, like something that he likes to do. Okay, you like this part, so hey, how about you focus on this and the rest of us can do this so we can meet a goal.
Okay, all right. Anybody else have anything to add? Yes, please.
Okay, I felt that there were too many chiefs and not enough Indians, in part that everyone didn't know what they were responsible for bringing to the table and communicating that. And so I understand Taylor, even though y'all felt that they were doing too much, and I don't care for Taylor in real life. But
Taylor got a bad rap.
It's that I understand that from the standpoint of you always do what you always did, you always get what you always got. And Alex came to the table, well, this is what we've always done. We're going to move forward with this. So you feel like you don't have a voice. You don't have a part in it just to carry out your little duties. But mainly everything just needs to be outlined and communicated.
Okay, good. What are some solutions that you guys might have come up with? Yes, please.
Oh. So I did agree with Taylor because if it's changes in they could have reached a compromise because the changes they were making, if it's affecting the whole project as a whole, we might hold off on it and may probably do it in the next project. But in this project, if it's something small they can change, we can definitely do that. Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. So we don't have to change the whole project.
Okay. So a certain number, a reasonable number of changes is okay. We're not redoing the whole thing. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So I was just gonna piggyback off of what you said, because I had also said that what they needed to do, conflict resolution, first sit down, go back to the drawing board, start over. Figure out what the project is, what's the ultimate goal, what are the steps that need to be taken, who's doing what, who's responsible for what. Then those changes that Taylor's wanting to implement, we can then look at those changes and say, okay, is this pertinent? Is it necessary? Can we do without it? And if it's something that's going to either push our time frame back from when we're going to be done with the project, or if it's going to make things worse, then we can both come to a conclusion that right now that's not feasible. So with that being said, if we discuss it as a team and then I give you the reason as to why we're not going to move forward with your changes, it's not like I'm just brushing that person off. I'm giving you an explanation and I'm showing you why it's not going to work. And I'm not saying that it's not going to work ever, but I'm just saying right now it's not the time for the change. So that was my solution.
You know, I like the variety of all of the answers that we got. Do you have one?
Yeah, so my idea kind of got me thinking. I was thinking back to my IT program, and a big thing is agile development of like your business plan or whatever, or a plan. And so basically you have like periodic meetings along the project plan to discuss and make those little changes, you know, because maybe Taylor has a point, you know, maybe they've been off base and, you know, they can like get those opinions in there or last minute changes before it's too late. So maybe they should just investigate their whole way of doing the plan. And also, just kind of as a side, you know, maybe Taylor has some strong points too. And she's been quiet all this time, and she finally decides to speak up. Like,
absolutely. And maybe Taylor was foreseeing some potential mistakes.
Exactly.
You know, I mean, it could be a whole number of stuff. It's kind of vague, so I could let your imaginations kind of roll with it. But I love all the answers. I love it. The point is to get you guys thinking, right, about possible resolutions and how to communicate them, right? And so that was our first activity, and that was, again, ICE. So I want to talk about one of our other techniques that we can use to resolve problems, and it is called the LEAP technique. Okay, and this is done in certain situations. Again, emotions are high. So the first thing is to listen empathetically when emotions are high, okay? Then empathize, okay? Because this is a very emotional situation, okay? This one is emotional. So we're going to empathize. And then we're going to ask clarifying questions. You know, this is something, me being in HR and always getting people in my office who complaining about one thing or another. I hate my boss. My boss is being mean to me. This person said this. I mean, it's in and out, like all the time, okay? And so this is exactly what I would have to do. Because everyone, first of all, they want to feel heard. They want to feel important, right? I would be empathetic to them. Even if they were dead wrong, I would still be empathetic, okay? And then I would ask questions. Was there anything really that was done that was either inappropriate, improper, something against our policies or procedures, all of that stuff, okay? So all of those questions, and then we come up with a solution. I would have to come up with a solution for them. Okay, do you think you can do this? How about that? When your boss does this, this is how you can respond. All of these different things. So this is the LEAP technique, okay? I gave you guys myself as an example, but let's see what it really looks like in another example. In a tense meeting about a project delay, the team uses the lead technique to resolve a conflict. Okay, the team lead uses lead to resolve a conflict. She stops and listens to each team member's concerns. This could be a Taylor situation, I don't know. She empathizes with each person's frustration and acknowledges their stress levels. Again, hearing other people. Now, even though I have to do this at work a lot, y'all know that I'm a D. So with my friends, sometimes I'm like, get to the point. Okay, so I have to slow it down. I'm being empathetic. I need to be empathetic and acknowledge their stress, right? And then propose shared goals, partnering to find solutions, and then so the team can collaborate a little bit more effectively on that. So there are some things that can actually hinder coming up with a really good resolution, and we're going to get into that. First, and this, I have to say this, I have dealt with this so many times, when there is an issue, people tend to overlook how they might be contributing to that conflict or their issue, right? And so doing a little bit of self-reflection. Everybody's like, you know, I'm the victim and they did this to me. But before you do anything, self-reflection is so necessary. You know, everybody has biases, even if you think you don't. We all have natural biases. So are any of your biases or triggers contributing to the conflict at hand? Secondly, Some of the things that we can do that hinder is focusing on, or not focusing on the problem, but focusing on the person. We want to focus on the problem, okay? We're not to name call or to call somebody bad or all the, no, focus on resolving the problem so that the conflict can be go away. The other thing that we want to think about is not getting into our emotions when we're trying to resolve it, or our perceptions when we're trying to resolve it, or our judgments when we're trying to resolve it. We need to focus on the facts, the behaviors, and the observations, okay? The facts, the behaviors, and the observations. Sometimes people get so emotional about stuff. I'm like, listen, what really, really, really happened? I just need to get to what really happened, not the feelings. I care about your feelings. But in order to resolve it, we can't focus on your feelings. We need to resolve the conflict. We need to resolve the issue at hand. We need to resolve the problem. One thing is always maintaining acceptable behavior. I have been in a conflict. I'm going to tell you, one of my clients was a manufacturing company, and they used to manufacture, or they do manufacture those huge cylinders. You guys have seen like the oxygen cylinders that people use that they, you know, for oxygen, or the fire extinguisher cylinders, right? So they used to manufacture those. So the plant that they manufactured them in was huge, huge. And so one of the guys who worked on the floor at one of the big machines or whatever, pressing the aluminum into those canisters or whatnot, the cylinders, he was, how do I say this? He had a lot of personality, and he was very effervescent when he got angry, okay? Very effervescent. And so I'm in my office on the second floor, and I hear all of this commotion coming down the hall. And I'm like, what in the world is going on? Before I can get out of my chair, Wayne is in my office. He is like, Shannon, Jim, the manager, Jim, da-da-da-da, and blah. And he was doing all of this and all of that. I was like, okay, wait, you need to calm down. You need to calm down. I hear more commotion coming through the hall. Jim, the manager, he's like, I told Wayne I was coming to tell on him. I was like, tell on him? What are you talking about? So I had to calm that whole situation down. But here's the thing. The way that the manager dealt with this situation, he was literally mimicking the person who he was supervising. We always want to make sure that we maintain acceptable behavior. If you are a leader, there is a behavior, and leader does not mean position, okay? You can be the lowest person on the totem pole, but you can be a leader. You lead by your actions, okay? Not by title. So if the manager, though, in that particular situation would have dealt with that a little bit better, it would not have escalated, and they would not have to run across the plant into my office. I'm like, I'm only little Shannon over here. What are y'all in my office for? Jim, you should have been able to address the situation properly, right? Does that make sense? Acceptable behavior. Be a leader. I don't care, again, position doesn't matter. When people see you, they should see a leader, regardless of title, right? So, timing. This is huge. And if, I don't know how many people in here are married or not, but timing is huge. Any relationship, if you have a conflict and you want to talk about that issue at the wrong time, it can go real bad. But if you pick the right time, it can go real good. Does that make sense? Right timing can have the person's ear. People are going to be more apt to listen to you, understand you. The wrong timing is when people are angry, when people don't want to talk, when people want to be alone, when people are not very engaging at that moment. Wrong timing. Other things, cultural sensitivity. We talked about this a little bit before. Being sensitive of other people's culture when you are dealing with situations. Again, certain cultures are very effervescent in their language, in even their tone when talking to other people, and other cultures are not. So be aware of that so that you do not escalate a situation unnecessarily. And then Any unspoken issues? Now, everybody in here has been in a conflict with someone else where they're saying it's one thing, but it's really another. There are other stuff. They trying to bring everything that you did the last 5 years, and you're like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? I thought I just stepped on your toe. They're like, yeah, but you did this in, 2012. I'm like, what? So, are there any unspoken issues there? Any underlying issues? Any deeper issues that need to be addressed that can really hinder the resolution? And then the final thing, don't be afraid to deal with conflict. Don't be afraid to solve problems that need to be resolved, because they don't go away. They just get bigger. You might not see them, but they're growing underneath that soil. So we've talked about all the problems, right? Let's get into some benefits of problem solving and conflict resolution in the workplace. Employees who feel empowered solve problems are 89 or 87% more engaged in their work. Don't you feel like if your boss entrusts you to resolve a problem or deal with the issue or to do everything that they hired for you to do, and they're like, yeah, do it, go ahead, you're empowered to go forth, you're going to be more engaged in your work naturally, as opposed to someone who's like, listen, don't do this, don't do that, watch this, watch that, come to see me about that, ask me every single time you want to do that. It's like you feel constrained. You feel like somebody's, choking you almost. So employees who are empowered to solve problems are 87% more engaged in their work. Teams that engage in collaborative problem solving are 25% more effective in achieving goals than others who are not. Organizations with strong problem solving capabilities are 3.5 times more likely to outperform their competitors. I think the last time when I talked about this, I talked about Chick-fil-A. And I talked about how, now I'm not talking about the Chick-fil-A on campus, okay? I'm talking about other Chick-fil-A's, okay? So, I was talking about how I remember I was shopping one day or whatnot, and across from the shopping center that I was at, there was a Chick-fil-A, there was a Popeyes, there was a Wendy's, and I can't remember, some other random fast food place. And I looked across the parking lot and I saw all 4 of them. It was a little after lunchtime. And of course, Chick-fil-A, they had 2 wraps around the building of cars, right? I looked at the Wendy's, they had 2 cars. I looked at the Popeyes, it had more than 2, but not 2 times, right? Probably about 8 cars or whatever. And then I looked at the last fast food place, and it was like Chick-fil-A was killing it. And you guys already know this. Like, you guys already know when people are working in atmospheres where they feel like they are able to do what they can do, I mean, the sky is the limit, right? Chick-fil-A is killing it, and they're closed 1 day a week, and no other place is closed 1 day a week. And they're still like, making 3 times the profit as all these other companies. And so there's something to that. When you give your employees the ability, of course, I'm not saying that it's only the problem solving, there's all these other things that add to Chick-fil-A being successful, but that's one of the things, being able to outperform their competitors because they give their employees the latitude to solve problems. So what are some other pitfalls in resolving conflict? Psychoanalyzing the other person. What does that mean? Somebody does something to you, you take another coworker aside and you're like, oh my gosh, they just did such and such to me. You know what I think it is? I heard that they were dropped on their head as a baby. That's why they're not right in their head. That's no, we don't psychoanalyze people. We focus on what? The problem. We focus on resolving the problem. We're not here to try to figure out psychologically what's right, what's wrong, what's whatever. No, we are going to focus on resolving the problem, not the person. The other thing, bringing up past conflicts. I think I talked about that a little bit. We're not doing that. We are going to focus on the problem at hand. If those other things that are brought up are not something that has been resolved, then we can address that in another at another time, okay? Stonewalling. How many people know, do y'all know what stonewalling is? You basically put up an invisible wall and like whatever they're saying, wah, 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 you're like, I am not hearing you, I'm not seeing you, I'm not dealing with you, I am stonewalling you out. I'm stonewalling you. Not effective with problem solving or conflict resolution, right? Mind reading, we don't do that. I don't know what you're thinking. She don't know what I'm thinking. We cannot mind read and think that, oh, I know what, you know what, when they said that, I know exactly what they meant. We don't know what they meant. They said what they meant. Stop trying to mind read, right? That's as bad as psychoanalyzing. And then blaming people, you know, this is all your fault. Who thinks that blaming is going to really push the resolution of an issue? Never. Blaming always makes someone feel offended, right? And so we don't want to blame. And then finally, asking them to guess what's wrong. If you have an issue, say it, communicate it. Don't ask them to go through an 83. They're like, I don't even know what happened. Like, what is going on? No, if you have an issue, communicate it. It's okay. You can share what the issue is. And then nonverbal hints does not work. Communicate it with your words, with your mouth. All right? And so now, with all of those things, you've heard the tactics, you've heard some strategies, you've heard what does and doesn't work. You are now able to create a conflict-free zone. Okay, you guys? Thank you for your time and your attention. Any questions? Comments, questions, concerns? No? Okay. I said, you know what, this is going to be in the afternoon. People are going to be falling asleep on me. So I try to bring a little energy to it, but yeah, no comments, no questions, no anything. I can give you a quick like little cheat sheet. I can do a cheat sheet. Yes, yeah. I can do it. Okay. Yeah, I can do a little cheat sheet. And yeah, so was this helpful for anyone? Okay, good. Awesome.
Big resolution.
Thank you.
All right, so now we are getting ready to do an overview of what, I guess I got to get my sweet spot, huh? We're getting ready to do the LEAP presentations, and they're just like high-level presentations because they really just kind of got started. The research that LEAP students do is for a whole year. They will submit their capstone project in March and submit on time, and they will present during Research Week, which is the last week in March. So when you see your name on the screen, I'm just going to move this. You just come on up, okay? I'm going to give you this mic. Oh, you didn't change it back.
I didn't. I'm sorry. Okay, it'll just take a second.
That's okay. Alexina, come on, girl. You up. You're up. I see it, but you don't see it. It's going to come.
Yep,
it'll pop up in just a minute. Yep.
All right. Encanto, the most famous song in that movie is We Don't Talk About Bruno. Well, Bruno in this case is HIV among African American men. So right now, I'm working with TSU SHAPE, talking about the Brothers Project. So the Brothers Project is basically an intervention that was adopted in San Francisco, talking about men who have sex with both genders, men and women. So what happened in this project, so this is a social research. Yes. So with the Brothers Project in San Francisco, in California, when they adopted this collaboration, so it's all about working with the social workers, working with the doctors, the nurses who are coming into contact with these patients who don't specifically identify as gay or don't put labels on what they do. So they did peer-to-peer mentorship, and they just took away the stigma of them using the labels. So with that, they gave them access to PrEP. So PrEP is a medication that's used to prevent HIV and AIDS. And then when you use it for a long time, so what we've discovered is right now a lot of patients are becoming undetected. And and it also reduces the viral load to almost zero, but you still have to keep on taking it. So those are the benefits of taking PrEP if you are going to be sexually active. So there's also access to condoms from different community centers. So the whole initiative is just to reduce the stigma and have the men who are having sex with both genders to just come and get tested every 3 to 6 months. You know, like right now, if I tell you, hey, do you want to know your BMI? You'll jump into it. So we want the patients to come in. So one thing we are doing now with the Brothers Project with TSU Shape is we are revising the curriculum to change it to the current situation with social media, using telehealth to talk to our patients, because if people don't want to come to a clinic to seek help, or if it's known as a HIV clinic or an STI clinic. So we are trying to change that whole perspective. So with TSU Shape, with the help of Dr. Green, we are all now, what we're doing right now is we're revising the curriculum with the Brothers Project to adapt it here in Houston. So right now we're working with the community center and the TSU Health Center with the help of Dr. Loud. So we're working together to revise this whole Brothers Project and tailor it to Houston, because Houston HIV numbers are increasing. So if they're increasing, that's our Bruno. So we need to talk about it and take care of Bruno, the problem. So that's what we're doing.
Awesome.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Quick, Corinne, quick.
So I have noticed that a lot of people, they however, that's not always included. So HIV testing and some other STIs are not always included in your blood work and in your labs. So a lot of times people fail to realize that these are questions that you actually have to ask your provider, and you have to ask them, hey, can you add this, or can you include this type of testing? Because if not, you're just going to keep thinking that you're not diagnosed with something because you haven't been tested. So,
just to piggyback on what you're saying, right now, I guess for a lot of women who go to see the OB/GYN right now, a lot of doctors right now are asking those questions. But on the male side, it's not being asked. Right. So right now we're trying to tailor this project whereby we're starting with the low-income or underserved community health centers that takes care of patients who we've so right now we are working with patients who are willing and who are also partaking in sexual activity with both genders who are willing to participate in the program.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, come on down. You're next. Bakalu. Okay, Bakalu. That was close.
Close, I just wanted to see. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bakalu, and I'm part of the drug discovery portion of LEAP. So just a little bit about my LEAP experience up until this point. The topic of my research is focused on cell-derived exosomes, which are small extracellular vesicles formed within multivesicular bodies and cells, and carry a rich mix of macromolecules reflecting their cell of origin and enabling intercellular communication. So essentially, exosomes mediate intercellular signaling, which influence targets in distant organs. They're implicated in a wide range of physiological and pathological contexts. So they can help with immune regulation, viral pathogenesis, pregnancy, cardiovascular disease, and such. So their role in drug delivery has the potential to be profound. And one of the challenges up until this point is a lack of standardized isolation and purification methods, which can hinder reproduction ability. And one of the surprising things I learned about this research is due to the nano size of the exosomes, meaning they're between 40 and 150 nanometers, that can cross the blood-borne barrier, so the therapeutic effect can be strong. And up until this point, this experience has taught me how to effectively take research articles and formulate specific points to dive into. Professionally, it has helped me continue to expand my network and help improve my leadership skills.
Thank you. Miss Wata, you saw your name in lights up there? You got that look on your face. Oh, yeah. And we're so happy to have you.
Okay, so hi everyone. My name is Brittany Wada. I'm an incoming P2 in pharmacy school. And I'm working with Dr. Tyler, and I guess our area of focus is hypertension. So first, today I just wanted to share a few things I learned from working on our hypertension research project. So first, I need to explain what our project is. So our project focuses on high blood pressure in the African American community. We're trying to understand what they believe, I guess, about hypertension first, so we can figure out how to help them. So we're trying to support better health outcomes. Right now, we're just in the beginning stages, so we're really just laying the groundwork, basically finding the participants to be in the research project. And the goal of the project is to create an interactive app that will, I guess, help Black people be more inclined to check their blood pressure and to, get regular checkups and really understand like what they think right now, and I guess basically how we can change that. Yeah. So I picked I guess my project, I picked to, I guess, explain one surprising thing I've already learned from my research, because as I did say, we are still in the beginning, so I really haven't done that much yet. But we are just trying to find like the applicants and the participants. So one thing that surprised me while working on this research project is how powerful language and design are to public health. While working on the flyer and notebook for the app, I realized how small details could make people feel included or left out. Because there was a lot of things that we had to like edit out, because there's already, we all know there's medical distrust or mistrust in the Black community, and we don't want to add to that. So I think it's very important in the communication that we use to kind of make sure that they feel included in this app, because it's for them. So those small choices really matter. It taught me that health education is not just about giving info, it's about helping people feel seen and respected in the way that we communicate with them. And then some skills I've gained. So I've gotten a lot better because it is an interactive app. So it is very like technology driven. So I'm not really I'm not really into technology like that, but I had to get better because that's basically what this whole project is. So I've started to use tools like Canva and Qualtrics. So Canva, we all know, it's kind of like PowerPoint and things like that. And Qualtrics is like kind of like a quiz. That's how we're getting all the information from the communities and the participants. So I've learned how important it is to create and learn how to use those materials. And then some personal growth. So I've grown more confident in like speaking out, because there's a lot of things that I really did not understand about our project and like why it was so important. So I realized it's okay not to know everything, and it's okay to just ask questions and ask them like, well, what exactly does that mean? Things like that. And honestly, it's more important to like know how to find those answers out than knowing it in the beginning, because if you know how to get to the answer, you're there. And thank you guys for listening. And I'm really happy to be in the LEAP program. I'm really happy to have this opportunity. So we're actually, even though Dr. Tyler is more specifically like inclined to like geriatric patients, it's for 18 all the way up. Yeah, so everybody, as long as they're over 18.
So you said that you were actually looking for applicants, right?
Yes, I am.
So you're a pharmacy student, P2,
yes, I am.
Correct? So from my knowledge, TSU partners with CVS, Walgreens, and then some of the local clinics. Yeah. So why don't you utilize those connections to help you actually get applicants? And if you're going to any pharmacy, you're going to have people from ages like kids all the way to your geriatric patients. So that was just some type of tidbits, like maybe try and see if someone could connect you. I know one of our alums, she's actually a pharmacist. She has her own pharmacy. So even trying to, reach out to people that come from where you're at. So that way they're more susceptible to helping you, or even pointing you in the right direction to where you can get these type of applicants to apply to your app and your research.
Yeah, so one of the biggest things that Dr. Tyler really wants to focus on is actually finding applicants at this school, finding people here, because we are at a HBCU, so we're right here. We don't really even need to go far. And we're also in 3rd Ward. There's a lot of Black people here who need help, so yeah, we're definitely doing that. And we're doing a lot of outreach in this area. Thank you.
And so to piggyback on what Corinne is saying, so you have so many entities within the College of Pharmacy and Health Sciences that can help you with that right here at TSU. So make sure you can reach out to Dr. McAdams Roberts' office and the Office of Student Services, because they have those contacts with CVS, Walgreens, etc. Okay, good job. All right, come on down, Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne. It's my students, so I get to miss with them.
Good afternoon, y'all. My name is Charles Payne. I'm a biomedical science pre-pharmacy major going into my junior year. My research focuses on triple negative breast cancer, or TNBC, one of the most aggressive and difficult to treat forms of breast cancer. Unlike other types of cancer, TNBC doesn't express estrogen, progesterone, or HER2 receptors, meaning common hormonal therapies do not work. This leads to patients having limited treatment options and poor outcomes and conditions. A big concern is how these cancers develop resistance to chemotherapy. My research focuses on reviewing biological mechanisms behind resistance to chemo and finding therapeutic targets. I'm also exploring how stem cancer cells can self-renew and regenerate, also how tumors contribute to resistance. These cells are caused by certain signaling pathways, making them prime treatment for targets. In the near future, I plan to research how we can combine drug therapies like virtual computations and experimental screening to target multiple resistance mechanisms at once. What catches my eye is personalized medical approaches, like mapping a patient-specific tumor to create a therapy for it accordingly. My goal is to contribute and determine why TNBC resists treatment and how to treat it, possibly offering treatment to patients with few options. So this figure 1 is basically it's a figure of how TNBC attacks the cells. The third one is a virtual computation of TNBC and one of the treatments.
All right, come on down, Ira. Sound like a TV show host.
All right, so my project is pharmacogenomics inside using all of us data set. And so just a nutshell, just to explain what pharmacogenetics is. So it's basically how our genes affect how our body uses drugs, essentially. And so if we can develop drugs or make drugs that are more adapted to your genome, it can be safer, you have better outcomes, or things of that nature. And so kind of to put this in a nutshell, basically, is like, if you hear some people like, oh, I took that naproxen or I took that Tylenol and it was great for me, and another person might say it didn't work for me. So this is kind of the principle to understand the big picture. And all of us, so basically all of us is a database, so people volunteer their medical information, their genomic data. So the way to get that genomic data is from genetic sequencing. So I used to work in a lab doing genetic sequencing. And so you can take like a swab of spit and you can sequence that data. And so basically what happens, that data is translated into like electronically, and then you can run these kind of analysis and data and computational. So that's what I'm doing. So kind of being on the other side of that, I was a clinical technologist, but now I'm doing like the computational part. So like digging into the data, so I'm using bioinformatics tools, Stargazer, Formcat. So basically those are like essentially putting in simple like programs that help you process the data, and it runs the statistical analysis to translate this data. So basically Stargazer program is a star allele caller. So a star allele is basically like different variants of pharmacogenetic genes. So basically you have different forms of a gene. So you might have a gene with no function, a gene with medium function, or and so on, or like functions really great. So people have different versions. So Formcat is basically how you make PGX reports. So it just determines from your genome, like, oh, you're a fast metabolizer, you're good, no metabolism. So they kind of help those reports for like the on paper part of the analysis. So basically I'm building on the analysis that was done. They actually just published this paper not too long ago, but it was during the sixth iteration. So they only had about 100,000 participants, but since then, there are over 400,000 participants on all of us. So I want to compare the data from that as the first part of the project, doing this analysis. And one thing that they found with a lot of these analysis is that there is very little data on African American or AMR, which is admixed with basically that's a mixture of African, Amerindian, and European ancestry. So basically I want to kind of focus in on those groups because we are those groups, and detect these variants and other genes of interest, and I'll see where I can go from there. But that's the gist of my project.
Ryan.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ryan Vanoy, and I'll just kind of be giving a little summary of my project. I know I have a lot on here, but limited time. So I am working with Dr. Grace Loud, and we are focusing on HBCU health and wellness and what that looks like for the student experience. So really, our TSU Health and Wellness Project is a campus-wide interdisciplinary effort to better understand and respond to students' health-related needs, and also assessing students' perceptions and behavior around health, and identifying the top priorities and developing target action plans. So really our project aims to fill the gaps and ensure wellness initiatives are guided by actual student experiences. So our project is committed to 5 main priorities: student retention and progression, academic quality and research, culture, partnerships, and also funding. And really this is something that Dr. Lau thought was really important, and I did as well after doing the background and research on it. TSU really lacks a current comprehensive health and wellness database, and without that, students would be underserved. And then just a little bit about our objectives. So over here on the right side, I have the 8 dimensions of wellness. So we're doing a survey that has about 72 questions on it, but it gives us enough data to really understand what those 8 dimensions of wellness are from a student's direct experience. And then just asking them questions like, have you ever experienced physical abuse, or have you ever been homeless before the age of 18, and just really getting to know what their experience is before they got into college and also while they're in college. And then really our aim is to just change or enhance the plan to improve the quality of wellness on our campus. So just collecting that student data by doing surveys and really directly talking to the students. And then just a few things with our methods. Like I said, we're doing a survey. It is currently in RedCat, which is a new thing that we'll be using this year, which will be easier for the professors to use and also hand out to the students, and easier for us to collect the data. And then I have been assisting Dr. Lau with our QEP, which is the Quality Enhancement Planning. And then we are looking to find a popular, relevant, and reputable journal home for our manuscript, which we plan on writing by the end of the leap year. And then for our anticipated results, so just some things I found in the literature that I was going over while I was doing the research is that a lot of HBCUs lack wellness and really depend on the culture of the school, which really affects how a student may go about academic success or how they may go about just operating on campus, involvement and things like that, and really affecting your overall health. So really making sure that we just understand how important wellness, health and wellness is from a student's perspective. And then just to extend on my intro, so research really supports, like I said, how a student will go about academic performance and also retention and overall student success. So really when it comes to Research Week, I really would like to pinpoint how important health and wellness is from a student's perspective, and also just make sure that everybody is aware how important health and wellness is when it comes to academics and when it comes to the overall student experience. Thank you.
I look forward to that because I have lots of health and wellness conversations in my office with students. So this is good that they are doing that. And come on, Chanaza.
Okay, my project is about, I'm working under Dr. Moses' lab. We are trying to find genetic expression of DND1 in mouse embryo in relationship to Alzheimer's. DND1 proteins are regulated genes who expressions after DNA in transcript into RNA. So our aim is to understand how this gene expression modification like DNA myelination affect developmental in mouse embryo with a particular focus on the genes DND1. How does the DNA myelination impact the expression of DND1 during the earlier brain development, and what the role it plays in the outset of all progressions to Alzheimer's disease later in life, to uncover how this modification may influence the expressions of DND1 and whether these disruptions in this process might contribute in neurodegeneration, conditions like Alzheimer's. So our role is to find the relations between previous research that has been conducted on this topic and to identify the key myelination change that could alter gene expressions and contribute to neurodegeneration or neurodegeneration diseases. So my interest, like DND1 plays a crucial role in early neurodevelopment, and to understand how these modifications are regulated during embryogenesis could provide insight into how disrupted genes expression in specific tissue or at specific stage might predispose the brain to Alzheimer's and other degeneration disease later in life. So I want to be a neurosurgeon. I'm so glad to work under Dr. Moses because both of my experience in research, I've gone to epidemiology in popular science at Baylor, and we were talking about the brain surgery and like how the brain population has really impacted our life, especially to teenagers from even adulthood. And also my previous research also in neurodegeneration at Methodist, I've been also understanding that we mostly surgeries we are always targeted in, you see that our cells are reproduced differently, which causes diseases like tumors or cancers. So with this research will give me more insight on what to do in future because I'm heading for an MD PhD and put my topic on tax to graduate early. Thank you so much for this program.
She's serious about that track to graduate early. She bothers me every day. Every day. Okay, last one. Come on, Sanaya.
Hello, everybody. My name is Sanaya Buckles. I'm a senior here, and I'm working with Dr. Owa and Ms. Fatima in the lab to talk about the pharmaceutical effects of garlic polysaccharides in the iris muscle of the eye. So when I first started working with Dr. Owa, we went over the biological and physiological aspects of the human eye. So just a little summary. Of course, the cornea is the clear part of the eye, which is the power focus of the light and also the overall protector of the eye. The pupil is the little black circle in the middle of the eye that controls the amount of light that enters your eye by adjusting the pupil size. And what do I mean by that is if there's a huge presence of light, the pupil would dilate in size or it would get smaller. And if there's a limited amount of light around you, the pupil will get bigger in size. We also went over the retina, which is a light-sensitive layer behind the eye that converts light into electrical signals and pulses. The rods in the retina are responsible for low light vision in black and white, while the cones in the eye are very sensitive to different wavelengths, would help us see in color and also in detailed images. Now for the main discussion of my project and also the second picture of my slide is the iris. The iris is the color part of the eye, which is around the pupil, and it helps also focus and control the amount of the light in the eye by adjusting the pupil size. And it also uses the sphincter and dilator pupilla in order for the pupil to grow in size or also dilate. So some studies have shown that garlic polysaccharides act as a hydrogen sulfide donor, like DADs and DTAs, that influence the iris smooth muscle to relax and also reduce inflammation into the anterior uvula. The anterior uvula is the middle layer of the eye that also includes the iris and the ciliary body. Researchers have also discovered that the DATs and DTAs can also increase aqueous humor outflow, which leads to lowering the IOP, which is also the intraocular pressure, or when fluid builds up in the eye. So for a normal range of IOP in your eye should be between 10 to 21 milliliters, and a high IOP range is anything above 21 milliliters, which can lead to hypertension or also glaucoma. So the third picture of my slide is me and Ms. Fatima in the lab. We actually dissected the iris from a cow eye. So that's the tissue in the petri dish. We put it in our Krebs buffer, which is a salt solution that mimics the salt solution in our body. And we also keep it at 37 degrees Celsius and keep it oxidated at all times, which is what the needle is bringing oxygen to the tissue. And we did this by cleaning up the iris, cutting it into 2 sample pieces, and tying a string to each end. With that, we tied one end to the organ bank, which is in my last picture over there, and we tied the rest of it inside the tube and lifted the arm of the organ bank to apply pressure to the tissue without ripping it, and we let this sit for an hour. After an hour, we went back with a serial dilution of a chemical solution of DADs, and we placed each solution into one of our tissue organ banks to test how strong the iris would be after a chemical of DAD would be introduced to it. With this, we found that the range of our first one is between 1.3 to 1.38, and our second sample was in a range of 1.16 to 1.18. And for this research, we really wanted it to be in between the range of 1.3, so our first sample is right where it needs to be in order for it to be a strong iris in the presence of DADs. And so with this in our lab research, we're doing this to test these chemicals, the DADs and DATs, so it can work in effect with the iris of the eye and hopefully help with patients with glaucoma to limit and lower the amount of IOP in their eye.
You know, I have to give a shout out to the eye people because my supervisor, Dr. Fatou, she's one of those eye persons, and she gets excited about the eyes and if they're being delivered and when she gets to cut and dissect. So Dr. Ohia and Dr. Fatou are our research faculty in the College of Pharmacy and Health Sciences that pinpoint on that. We are at the end. I have some presentations to do. I have to give my LEAP students a hand. for coming through. They didn't want to do this little presentation, y'all. They didn't want that. You don't even put in the emails, but I said, no, you gotta do it. So I need to give them their backpacks and the things that I have for them. So if you guys would just come up and we need to take a picture because Dr. O says we have to take a picture. I'm okay if we don't take a picture, but she wants you to take a picture. So if you all will come up, Corinza, come help me, and give them, you have goodies in there. And I have 3 goodies for the other persons in my office that I told that I was going to do that. And then we'll take a picture. I'll give you some closing remarks from Dr. O. She had to leave all of a sudden. She got called away to a very important meeting, and she's not here to give closing remarks, so I am going to do that for her. Come on, Chanaza. Come on, Alexina, Charles, Brittany, Bakalu. It takes me 2 times, right? See, we're a short group. We stay right here, right? Yes, ma'am. Ira Baggett, if you're in the building, we need you. Ira. Ira just missed the picture. Okay, I have a presentation that I need to make to Miss Shannon Williams. Just a token to let you know that we love you, we appreciate you. We've spent, I don't know how many emails going back and forth, but we got you some MCH Reach stuff in there.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you. Photo op. Come on, Carlos. Didn't know I know your name, huh? On behalf of Dr. Esther, if you all didn't know, she did change her name. Her name is Esther now, no more Omanike, or Nike, as some would call her. On behalf of her, Dr. Penn Marshall, the entire Office of the Division of Research and Innovation, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We could not do any of this, the little tokens, the stipends, without their support. So we thank you. We thank you. We thank you. Thank you guys for staying with us. I appreciate that. And we are done. You're released officially. And I need you lead people, open your bag so I can make sure everything's in there.